taking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to. For people like me, people like you, wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. All it is, living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men know the rich men, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do. Cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end. Cause the rich men know the rich men.
We're going to get started here in a few minutes, but it's a powerful song. It's called Rich Men North of Richmond.
Overtime hours for bullshit pay.
Yeah, sorry to end it with a curse word. I spent a lot of time in military, so I'm trying to break that habit of being more careful with my language. But I want us to listen to this song. I'm going to turn it up a little bit. Yeah, it's a powerful song. I just can't believe human beings, special human beings create stuff like this. Maybe individually, probably part of a group. Then you have composers, musicians, the audio techs. I chose this song, the feeling that it captures. It's from the movie Oppenheimer. Ludwig Göransson. We are not good, guys. We all feel it. Wow. Powerful. And, what do you guys think about punctuality? I know it's different in a lot of cultures. Some cultures I think about, I know I lived in Germany for 4 years, and, we were looking at houses, and we kind of coordinated to meet the owner of this one house, and we told him, hey, we'll be there at like 4 o'clock or whatever, and we were like 15 minutes late, and he, I could feel he was displeased. But in other cultures, punctuality is not that big a deal. Like, I know in the Middle Eastern countries, they have a phrase, just inshallah, just as God wills it. And my point is, it's 8 o'clock, and I'm going to get started. So, kind of been struggling through a lot of technical difficulties throughout the day, getting everything set up, and I think we're good to go. Going live, not easy and not ideal, but I have a very important purpose today, and that's to share. It's to share a message, and before I share that message, I put it in the chat. That's the most important thing, is that we read the message. So if you got to go or something, I created a Google documents folder of a few products, but the most important one is this message that we're going to review today. But first, what I wanted to do is kind of talk a little bit about this community that we're part of. Yeah, let's go. Sorry. It's a community, and I don't like calling it like a YouTube channel because it's more than that. It's a community of. Uh, Hold on, guys. I think. Let me check. Do an audio check. Test. Sorry about that, guys. I think you can hear me now. Yeah. Okay, we were on a roll, but we're talking about this community. It's called Human Values, and I want to review it with you guys today. Yeah, I'm just going to read the description, but it's more than just a channel, and we're investing a lot of energy and time into just creating a place for like-minded people. And I'll read the description. In a time when global events can be overwhelming and division often dominates the conversation, Human Values is a worldwide community of people committed to integrity, personal growth, and supporting one another together in peace and prosperity. But that's the gist of it. And you can read the rest of it. I'm trying to be very cautious about time and excuse me. I know in a live stream, there's going to be dead space and whatnot, and I don't know how long it's going to go. I have one purpose today, and that's really to share this message. And then, when I share this message, I think you're going to see that hmm, I think you're going to see how much it's been weighing on me and how seriously I've been taking it. And we're going to discuss more about it. But looking at this, so we've only been really producing videos the last 6 months, and to tell you the truth, not to tell you the truth, of course, I'm always going to tell you the truth, to emphasize. I captured a lot of these narrative videos during a very dark period whenever I was at a mental health, not a mental health, it was really a spiritual crisis. And it's powerful because the reason I've chosen to share it with you, whoever you are, right? Whoever and whenever it is you're watching this video. I know I'm doing it live right now, but you guys know the way this stuff works. Once you put it out there on the internet, it's going to stay on there as long as these massive mega servers stay operational. So 20, 30 years, whenever. But you're here for a reason to watch this video, and I want to thank you for that. And I want to tell you sincerely that I hope wherever you are in the world, whenever you are in the world, that you're at peace, and your loved ones and your friends, you're all at peace, and you're happy and healthy. And yeah, that really means a lot. So just wanted to share some videos, and yeah, please take some time to look at them. I think I'm real cautious about what I say, and I'm cautious of. I think if someone's asking for your trust, I always question intentions. So I'm gonna, as best I can, say never say the phrase, I'm asking for your trust. That's not what you do. You don't demand trust, you earn trust. And if you're brand new to this community, the human values community, I hope you take a look at some of these videos, and I hope you see that, hey, this guy's a normal guy. He's a good guy. He's got a good heart, and he has got a good intentions. And I hope over time to earn your trust. And what I do promise is I will never break your trust. That word is so powerful, and we've lost it in our society. And that's one of the things that almost destroyed me. I don't know who, on a larger scale, who we can trust. I know in my support network of friends and family, I know who I can trust and who I trust implicitly. And that's powerful. But when we're looking at a grander scale, when you're talking about media, who do you trust in the media to get your news? I don't have a lot of trust. And, excuse me, it's not about me. And I'm going to try to curb my language and keep it more open ended. I just feel like we're in a time in human civilization where we have lost trust in institutions, governmental institutions at every level. I'm sure there are some absolutely wonderful people at every level who volunteers time, energy, a lifelong commitment of selfless service to their community, to their state, to their nation, to the world. But overall, I think you understand how I'm feeling, and probably a lot of you, no matter what nation you're from, right? Because we're talking to an international audience. No matter where you're from, I'm sure you, uh, your trust in these institutions has been diminished over time, but we need to focus on that. But that's it in terms of this human values community that we're all part of. So I encourage you guys. I mean, you see, there's 6,400, 6,400. I don't like using the word subscribers because that's kind of that's like pushing a button. 6,400 members of the community, and I'm proud of that, and I'm proud to be a part of this community. And what I'd like is to get more active individually. I'm going to try to be more active, but it's a bit overwhelming sometimes because I'm not very good with technical stuff, as I'm sure a lot of you guys aren't. But this is very technical stuff that I'm trying to lead, but I'm trying to improve on that. So this video, I have this kind of grand vision of how I wanted sharing this message to go with you today, and the message is the most important part. If you have to leave or whatnot, don't feel bad. This stuff I'm gonna keep it posted, and you can come back to it anytime. The message is the most important part, so you can skip straight for that. But I wanted to give you a little bit of background on me, so I'm a normal guy. I haven't lost my sanity. I got I got pretty close. I went through a dark period, and I'm gonna share that with you guys. I have no shame. I'm gonna bare my soul to you, and visualize it. Right now, I'm looking into a camera lens, but what I'm envisioning in my mind is I'm looking at you in your eyes, and we're making this connection. I'm going to trust you with a lot of personal stuff because I want you to understand. I want you to understand that if you ever, if you have gone through a difficult time, like you've gotten through it, uh, but some of us are going to go through difficult times, very difficult times, very dark times in the future, and I'm going to share what happened to me with you, uh, with the intent that that was a unintentional chuckle. With the intention is, I know someone watching this right now will go through a dark time, and I hope you can gather some a little bit of strength, encouragement, and motivation uh, that you will get through the difficult times. You will maintain your faith and your inner strength, and you will get through to better days. A little bit of background. I'm just going to go through, talking about technical stuff, like this vision I had of sharing this. And I probably will in the future package this up a little bit better than a YouTube Live, but I think YouTube Live's a little bit more intimate. There's maybe a few second delay, but this is straight. This is happening in real time, at the moment of the recording of this video. But yeah, I intend to package it up a little bit more because it's powerful. But this event that I keep referring to happened almost 6 months exactly. 6 months ago in September. And it's taken me a long time. It's taken me a while to process everything and to wrestle with what's the best way to present it. And, I had different drafts of how I wanted to share it with you. Because you're going to see what I'm talking about. It's I don't know how you're gonna to feel about it, but what what I would love for you to feel is hope and inspiration and faith that we're gonna get through the difficult time ahead. When you're talking about trust, it's a two-way street. It's the trust, like we talked about, trust is earned. But I'm a stranger on your screen right now. I acknowledge that. So I'm going to share a little bit of background about me. I'm It sounded better 6 months ago. you know, I was going through this kind of dialogue in my head, and I'm talking about I'm a 45-year-old man, but I had a birthday since then, so 46, yeah, proud. 46, I'm 46-year-old man, strong, healthy, have a strong support network. Um, you know, I'm, I think you probably figured out what nation I'm from. Again, talking to an international audience. You can be proud of where you're from, but we have to acknowledge what did you do to to earn? Maybe sometimes it's not earning, but what did you do to be born where you're at, when you're at, to which family, to which parents, siblings? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like some of us are so proud to be where we're, and that's great. That's there's a lot of pride in that. But the issue is whenever we start thinking that we're better than other people because of something that we had no control over, including our skin color or physical characteristics, skin color, hair thickness, eye color, height, weight, muscle. And you know what I'm talking about, guys. There's so much that's out of our control, but we inherently take a lot of pride, which is fine. The issue is when we start to belittle or to be aggressive or violent or prideful about things that we had no control over. So all that to say is, be proud of who we are in our individual skin because we're all born with certain characteristics that we had no control over, and um, we got to do the best we can with what we have. Do the best we can with what we have, always. I really don't know where to start. I'm just gonna share some pictures, guys. Let me. Yeah. So I come from very humble beginnings. Yeah, poor. I'll say we were poor. There's a terrific program. I didn't really know what it was until I started. One of my first jobs was at a grocery store, and then I learned about a program called WIC, WIC. And unfortunately, I think that program's had a lot of funding cut from it, but it's called Women, Infants, and Children. And It's a program with the intent to help uh, poorer, less fortunate families like get nutritional food at the grocery store. And some of those items, I remember getting WIC items like dehydrated milk, that comes in a big box, big blocks of cheese, stuff like that. So we were on the WIC program. No big deal. I thought it was a great program. And, I think no matter what nation we're at, there's going to be less fortunate people. They need an assist. And it's not meant to be permanent welfare, but it's to help them get on their feet and help them on their road to improving their situation. I'm very supportive of programs like that. Came from a very small rural town, less than 1,000 people. And, I know a lot of people are from, they call them mega cities, multi-millions of people in the cities where you're from. And it's vastly different from where I was from. It was an agriculture, rural community, a lot of farmers, a lot of ranchers raising cattle. But it was a great community to grow up in. And the reason I mention it is because in that community I was raised in, I learned about values, about respecting elders. It's very important. And some cultures, that's more important than others. And I think that needs to be a universal human value. And that's one of the reasons why our community is named human values, because there's certain admirable values that should be universal. And, this isn't a one-time video. This is a community, guys. I have every intention. No, more than that. It's a commitment, a lifelong commitment of being active in our community to emphasize positive human values, where if we all lived by, the world would be so much better than what it is. And the thing is, sometimes we don't like to think about it, but it's kind of like an unspoken hierarchy. We know there is, right? At the individual level, like me and you, that's an individual, two people connecting with each other. We have, that's where it starts with human values. But the higher up you go in this social hierarchy in different leadership positions, the more important it is for our leaders to have human values. And one of the reasons I wanted to go live is so we can just spend time exploring things. I know there's a lot of criticism recently about OpenAI. I haven't really delved into it, right? I don't know. I think the dude's name is Sam Altman, something like that. There's a lot of criticism about different various things. I haven't had a chance, right? So I use this product, and so far I've been really impressed with the capabilities. But I'm going to look into it. Like, I don't want to support organizations or companies that are counter to the benefit of greater society. But right now, we're going to run 1 second. We'll just say, keep the mic on. What are some positive human values that all human beings should strive to emulate and improve on, but especially leaders? What type of human values should we look for in leaders that we choose? I mean, you guys know what they are. The bigger, honor, integrity. You have to be able to connect with people. Yeah, integrity, that's the very first one. Moral courage, honesty. If you can't trust what's coming out of your leader's mouth, or again at the bottom level, right? Individually, if I know someone has lied to me before deliberately, brother, you've lost trust. And once you lose trust, it's very hard to build that trust back up. And again, it's amplified the value of trust is even greater the higher levels you get in leadership. Moral courage and honesty. If you can't trust your leaders, who can you trust? Compassion. It's one of the ones that, I, I lost faith in humanity. And that's one of the ones that almost made me lose my sanity and made me almost lose even more than my sanity. Is there so much suffering, and we're all blind to it, and we're all, most of us are limited means. We can't donate 100% of our income to go help needy children across the world, or needy people, or disabled people. But you guys know what I'm talking about. There's a lack of compassion, I would say, overall, and that's one of the human values we want to emphasize in our community: having compassion for those less fortunate than ourselves. Justice and fairness, my gosh. I know some nations have an entire department at multiple levels dedicated to ensuring justice. Definition of justice. That's kind of lame. I was expecting more than just be average. Let's look at the next one. These are weak. You guys know what it is. Justice is ensuring that no matter the different level of society someone is, or different positions of power an individual is, justice means if someone commits a crime or violation, no matter what scale of that echelon of society they're in, they will go through the justice system to be tried and evaluated and suffer consequences if they're found guilty of misconduct, right? Equal justice for all. Man, this AI, you see what AI, guys. Human brain's better than AI in a lot of cases, but I like ChatGPT too sometimes because the capabilities are phenomenal. Let's keep going. Wisdom. We're not going to go through all of these guys, but this is what I'm talking about. These are the values that we need more emphasis on in society, starting from children, elementary school, encouraging, like sharing stories, vignettes, moral, stories with moral meanings. You know, that's one good thing about YouTube Live is none of this stuff's scripted, guys. I'm just talking, but I want to share a child's story that I listened to one time. We were driving cross country with my niece and nephew, and I listened to this children's story with them on the radio, because it's a long, long, boring drive sometimes for kids. And I hadn't thought about this story in a long time, so forgive me if I mess it up, but it was a powerful story, okay? So, way back when, in ancient China, the Chinese emperor was getting old in age, and he knew, his biological time on the planet, on our shared planet, was coming to an end. So, one of the responsibilities in that system at that time was the emperor would choose who his replacement was going to be. So, he thought through a lot of different ways to find who his replacement was going to be. Was he going to pick the brightest scholars, or the most notable religious leader, or, nepotism, guys? The word nepotism, you guys know what it means. It means, you know, people reach higher levels of society and they try to, there's a circle of, I'm not going to call it a circle of trust, but It's a circle of benefactors, a circle of benefactors that in the orbit of the person with authority and power. And they try to keep that authority and power and wealth within that circle of benefactors, right? So that's the emperor was thinking. I have brothers and cousins, and do I want to share power with them? So when I'm gone, keep it in my family. And this emperor was wise and just, and he had human values, and so he understood that's not the best way to choose a leader. Uh, Again, I keep emphasizing, guys, the higher up you go, the more important it is to have these human values. So he determined that he's going to pick a child, and so he's going to spend time with the chosen child and help groom them and help develop them. But how is he going to choose that child? So that's what he struggled with. And then finally he figured it out. And so he summoned, right? Think about the old days. What does that mean? It's not a mass email. He sent out couriers, and it took months probably to get the word out that I want to see every child within this age group in the kingdom. I want them to come to the palace. And, he's going to give him the guidance and the criteria for selecting the future leader. Sorry, guys, I didn't mean for this story to go, but it's a beautiful story. And we're going to keep running with it. These are the types of stories, right? They resonate with me, the positive, and sometimes the real negative stuff I come across too. All of us, right? We're bombarded. We're saturated. Our brains are saturated with all sorts of images and stories, and sometimes it's super negative and sometimes positive, but I'm sharing a positive one with you. So the time finally came when the emperor had all the children in the palace, and he told them why they were there. Look around, you guys. One of you will be the future emperor of this powerful kingdom, and you will have power, unlimited power, and authority over everyone in the kingdom. And he said the way we're gonna choose. So he had his servants hand out pots with soil in there to every child in the kingdom. And he said, the way I'm going to select, it's getting me choked up, right? Because I know the ending of the story and it's beautiful. He said, the way I'm going to select the future emperor is whoever comes back to me with the tallest, strongest plant is going to be the emperor, right? And so he told him, he gave him, a few months or a year, whatever the time frame, and he said, be back here on this date with your plant in that pot, and then we're going to see. And so the time came, right? All the kids left. They went home, excited, so proud. They didn't know what was in store for them. Could the seed that's in their pot grow to be the biggest, strongest plant out of all of them that were given out? And so can you imagine the care and the love and yeah, man, I'm getting emotional thinking about it. These beautiful children, they're so excited and taking care of these plants. And, finally, it came time to start the journey back. Man, you guys are going to see a grown 46-year-old man start being emotional in front of you. That makes you uncomfortable, so be it. I am comfortable. So finally, the time comes back for, the kids to bring their plant back and to be judged. Ooh. This sweet, sweet little girl, this whole time, months, weeks, months, year, however long it was a long time, to give these plants time to grow. And she was so sad. She was so sad. It's a children's story, guys, and I'm about to start bawling. This beautiful little girl was so sad because nothing was growing in her pot. And no matter what she did, praying, pouring water, fertilizer, she went to all the elders in her village, like asking for help. And, they did everything they could. And, this sweet little girl or boy, right? Non-gender, guys. It doesn't matter. Uh, this sweet child, so disappointed in her plant, and she felt shame. Have you guys ever felt shame? Deep shame. This little child felt shame that nothing in her pot grew. So she knew for sure, she wasn't gonna get chosen, and even she was talking about like mom, dad, like what's the point of walking back? It's a long journey, and what's the point of going back? Because every like she felt like a loser. Sometimes we all feel like that. We're all in those positions where we feel like everyone else is doing much better than us. But you're not. We're not, right? Sometimes we have a spell in our lives where, we're not doing that great, but, we're not judged on moments. We are not judged on moments. And that's what this girl realized is, I did my best. I did my best. And for her, that was good enough. So she said, I'm gonna take this empty pot uh, back to the emperor, and I'm gonna stand there with pride because I did my best. And so she started the journey back, and as they got closer to the capital, on the path to the capital, she came across like more and more kids with these pots with big, beautiful plants. And every time she saw it, she didn't feel any negativity towards them. She just said, "Yeah, good for them." Oh, look at that plant. Like, I bet that's the biggest one. Or she saw something a little bit bigger. Yeah, look, yeah, that's the next biggest one. Like, wow, I bet you got it. Giving words of encouragement. Like, I bet you're gonna be the emperor. And yeah, sometimes we all need to be like that when we feel like things aren't going great for us. We start to hang our head low and walk in shame. And this young child, they accepted who they were and what they did, and they walked with pride, even though they were walking with an empty pot. So they all got to the emperor's palace, and emperor gathered them all, and what a task, right? Like, how are they going to do it? Like, they're going to like tape out a measurer and measure all these different plants, and that's what they started to do. All the servants started to measure out the plants and started to weed them out, right? Shortest, you guys go stand over here. Like, longest, you guys go over there. And over time it kind of came down to the top two or three plants, and then finally uh, they had the biggest plant was kind of singled out. And a child was like standing with a lot of pride, like, you know this whole palace of children was given a task, and out of everybody, that one child with the tallest, most vibrant, strongest plant, like, they achieved something no one else did, and they felt a lot of pride. And then all the way on this other side, standing by herself, she was weeded out by herself. Excuse me, guys. But she stood there, right, in pride, with pride, and she did her best. And so the emperor gave a speech talking about how important it was, and he reviewed the task, and he applauded everyone for coming back with these beautiful plants. And so it came time for him to like formally announce with a decree that this will be the future emperor to reign over the entire kingdom and to be responsible for that kingdom's prosperity and for the safety and prosperity of everyone in that kingdom as long as they live. And he announced it, and everyone was in shock. Man, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know these kind of stories, man. Like we need to like tell kids these kind of stories. Everyone was in shock, even all the servants and the cabinet members, and the generals were in there too. Everyone's like, "Look, and who's going to be this next emperor?" And the emperor announced the name, and guess what, guys? You guys know who it was. It was that little child who felt like a loser and who walked all the way to the palace with an empty pot and still able to hold their head with pride that they did their best. And what the emperor shared with everyone was whatever process he used, like bake the seeds or whatnot. But like every seed that he gave out in the pot was sterile. So nobody, right? Nobody should have came back with a plant in their pot, but only one out of everybody uh, proved that they had the virtue and the honor and the integrity. And sometimes pride can be a negative trait too, but in this case, let's not call it pride, guys, because that can be it's the confidence, the self-confidence to still come back to the palace with an empty pot. Anyways, guys, yeah, I hope you guys enjoyed that story. I'm just going to scan through the courage, right? Physical, moral courage, right? Moral courage. So many people, we're going to talk about war a little bit. Maybe not in this video, because I told you the purpose of the video is to share a message. And I don't know how long this video is going to go, guys. So, I mean, when I post it, right, when we're done, you're going to see the end of the video, and but I don't know. But I'm going to try to put a chapter in there. So just go to the message if you want. But man, it's a powerful message, and we will get to it. But we're talking about human values, because that's the name of our community, and I hope you join. No, not just join, right? That's the minimum. I hope you're active in this community. And I say those words, I don't know what that means, to be active in a YouTube community. But you guys know what, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Be active. Yeah, it's not in the cloud, guys. Our community of human beings that prioritize positive human values. We are all over the world. And maybe right now, it's not that many. I mean, over 6,000. I think that's right. Keeping things in perspective, I remember when I had three members of the community, and when I got to 10 and 100, it's a milestone, guys. But that's where we're at right now at the filming of this YouTube live broadcast. We are at 6,000, and we are gonna run, and I'm gonna run until I can't run anymore. And I want you guys to run with me. No, man, I'm trying to correct my language. It's not about I want, right? Like I am confident, right? It's different than I want. I am confident that we are gonna run together, and we're gonna make a positive influence wherever we are in the world, right? Some of us are at different levels of influence, and that's okay. But it's wherever we're at, just have a positive influence, and let's live by these human values that we're going to continue to emphasize. Humility. As I'll get through it, but The majority, right? The majority, over 50% of my life, my total life, was serving in the military. And right, I'm not talking about, it doesn't matter what nation's military. I believe that most people volunteer to serve their nation's military with an honorable intent of protecting and defending their homeland. No one of value joins their military to be the aggressor. No one who embodies these positive human values joins their military, their nation's military, whatever nation it is, to be an oppressor or to be the aggressor. And that was true of me, and it's true of most everybody. Yeah, it's true of most everybody. I was thinking, guys, like, I wish I could tell you everyone I ever met who wore the uniform had pure intentions, but yeah, I came across some people that were on the lower end of the spectrum of values, and but overwhelmingly, I believe people who, and not just military, right? That's my personal background, but a life of service, let's call it that. I think people who volunteer, people who dedicate their life towards a life of service, first responders, guys, EMT, police officer, law enforcement, firefighters, you guys know, teachers. In my opinion, teachers are some of the most unappreciated and undervalued members of our society, while at the same time being the most valuable and the most important members of our society, with the most important calling and mission of our society. And then, that's to like raise kids, children. Ooh, man, I get passionate talking about children, and because they're the hope for the future, guys. Yeah, let's do it. Let's run, guys. Come on, man. Let's run. So when I'm thinking about children, guys, this kind of stuff, kids have been in the news lately. And let's define children, right? Like, there's a legal definition, but we all know generally it's 18 and younger, 17 and younger, and then once you reach 18, that's I think the legal age of adulthood. But the abuse of minors, man, that kills me. Whew. That kills me, man. And I don't know why there's not more outrage around the world, and this doesn't apply to any specific nation. Abuse of children is global, and it has to be. We have to be better at deterring violence and abuse of children. My God, guys, can we all agree that's a human value, protecting our children? Oof. Poof. Right? We're not going to solve these problems tonight, guys. I'm telling you, I'm just running with this as this stuff comes in my head. And you guys know what I'm talking about. There's like global human trafficking. You're right, not just children, everybody. But I'm talking specifically about protecting the innocence of children and nurturing them as they grow, and helping them grow into strong adults of character and values. And if we can't do that as a society, If we can't do that as a society, guys, what the hell are we doing? What the hell are we doing? Yeah, we're gonna talk about it in future video. Like we're gonna kind of talk about, some proposed programs and efforts and prioritizing. Right? To me, that's the tippy top. Protecting children, that's the tippy top of priorities. And if we can't do that, guys, we fail. We are failing. We are failing our Creator if we cannot protect our children. And if you don't agree with that, no, I know you do. You're here, right? You're here. I know you agree with that. Yeah, let's run, guys. Man. I'm going to tell you, this stuff's in my brain, right? That's how all this creative stuff starts. It happens in the brain. And like that music we were listening to, I think I want to listen to it again. I got to be careful, guys, because of copyright issues and stuff. And I don't want that stuff to get flagged, but that song fires me up. Let's listen to it again, huh? If you guys don't want to listen to it, man, fast forward it or whatever. I don't know if you can see, but it's called Can You Hear the Music? And it's part of the movie Oppenheimer soundtrack. And man, let's do it. Wrong song, guys. Here we go, baby. Man, let's feel some emotion. Yeah, let's feel some emotion, man. Talking about protecting children, talking about how precious life is. If you're a chicken hawk warmonger sitting in some national level office talking about sitting in your military, right? Sending your servicemen and women to different countries to slaughter people, man. You need to look deep in your soul. And we need to help you look deep in your soul, because God, woo! Yeah, let's feel some emotion. Yeah. Epstein files. Who is hiding this? And who are we protecting in these files? I don't want to be part of a society that you can't trust your Department of Justice. You cannot trust your Federal Bureau of Investigation. You can't trust people to go hold these criminals accountable. You want to belong to a society, and I'm not talking about any particular nation. Around the world, we are protecting the elite when they are abusing it. Woo! Let's run, baby. Let's run. Let's run. Stay with me, man. Let's run. Let's go, man. Put some emotion. Another human being made that song. I love it. All right. Whew. Okay. We're talking about, we're going to keep talking about human values. Ooh, I get fired up, man. I get fired up. That's why I joined the military. Yeah, we're going to cover that. Man, we're still talking about human values, accountability, right? We're human, right? We're not perfect. I've messed up a lot of times, guys. But we're talking about accountability as a human value, holding others accountable, holding ourselves accountable. If we're in a society that we can't hold each other accountable, where people above us with more authority and power can get away with things that we know people at our level cannot get away with. Accountability, responsibility. This is it, man. This is what a commitment to peace and human dignity. Where is that in the world right now? We are on the verge of the third great world war of great, uh, great power nations. And I feel sick that we're part of this society where our national level across the world, guys, I'm not talking about any specific nation. Across the world, our national leaders are leading us to a catastrophic global level war. And we're talking about it now. We're gonna come up with some ways we can address that. But hey guys, I'm sorry if I got a little too fired up, man. But no, I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry about that. I hope you got fired up. I hope you felt some emotion. I tell you what, I almost felt sick, guys. I've been pretty radio silent on this channel since let's put it like this, since aggression in the Middle East started, and the lowest I felt in a long time was when I heard about this incident, bombing of school children in Iran. Whew. We are not protecting our children and our children, our children across the global community. Can you imagine these beautiful school-age children were going to school, their backpack? Can you imagine these beautiful children? And this is one example, guys. This is happening across Gaza on a mass scale. Beautiful, innocent school children being slaughtered and having their precious lives taken from them through violent means. This is happening in our global community, and yeah, it's powerful, man. This girl's a beautiful human being. Not girl, she's a woman, but when she was shot in the face by Taliban, she's a Pakistani. Her name Malala. Yeah, beautiful human being. She was a proponent for education for female students because in some repressive nations, females are not afforded the same right, the same human right, human value of education that male counterparts are. And she was an outspoken proponent for that. And she knew there were consequences. She knew she would be the target of a violent ideology that she was going against by speaking up for women's rights. And she was shot in the face, guys. Can you imagine some human being of low moral character? Let's put it like that, guys, because we don't want to dehumanize anyone, but low moral character and violent tendencies and a violent nature shot her in the face with the intent to kill her and to take away her voice of power. And this was a school-age girl, and she had a powerful voice, but that violent, immoral person did not take it because she lived through it. And she's amazing. But she's talking about it, and what a crappy, right? What a terrible article. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, where's the information, right? But school age, I think it was about 170 school-age children, right? For adults, or right? We've all been children. Imagine you're getting ready for school. You're excited. Another school day. Probably a beautiful day outside when hostilities started, and your parents are getting you ready, right? That's your mom's passion. She loves cooking you breakfast and getting you ready for school, making sure you got everything. Did you brush your teeth? Did you brush your teeth? Yeah, don't forget your book. And she helped you with your homework. And, she probably a lot of parents on that particular day, they took their kids, walked them to school, took them to school in a car, or said goodbye to them at the bus, or walking to whatever. They saw their beautiful children off to school, and those school kids with that innocent excitement. They went to school and sitting in class, learning, probably learning a lot of values, right? And it's a profound responsibility our school teachers have is sharing values. And if 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 there's a system out there where you're trying to, I don't know how else to say it, guys. Kids are so impressionable, and if there's an adult trying to brainwash and lead children astray down an immoral path towards an immoral adulthood, we cannot tolerate that globally across the world. What a garbage news article, United Nations, man. Like, this is it, dude. This is embarrassing. Oh, all right, guys. All right, we talked about values. All right, that was my first bullet point, talking about values. Yeah, okay, guys. Yeah, it's been about an hour, guys. Let me share a little bit about me, okay? Talked about rural community and stuff. Anyways, like my graduating class in high school, how many people, guys? How many people did you graduate your high school with? Hundreds, maybe 1,000? My graduating class was 12 people, guys. And a small rural community. My school was one of those, an old U.S. show called Little House on the Prairie that took place in a rural community, and kids from the very bottom grade, kindergarten, through 12th grade, high school senior, all went in the same building. That's the way my school was. And, I learned a lot of good values and growing up in a community like that, and a lot of wonderful people. And I miss it, and I need to go back there. And, I'm proud of where I came from. And I hope you're proud of where you came from, too. And you're proud of some of the people that influenced you. But I was probably about a 16-year-old boy, and probably about a 16-year-old boy, or growing up, we're influenced by media, guys, and a show called there was a show that emulated admirable leadership as a kid, right? In this farming community. I had 3 channels growing up on TV, and they were all fuzzy, and sometimes we had antenna you had to adjust to improve the channel. And there was a show called it doesn't matter, but there was a leader on this show. He emulated admirable leadership qualities, and we're gonna watch it right now if I can get it to work.
I question your actions, Captain. I question your choices. I question your loyalty.
There are some words I've known since I was a schoolboy. With the first link, the chain is forged. The first speech censured, the first thought forbidden, the first freedom denied, chains us all irrevocably. Those words were uttered by Judge Aaron Satie as wisdom and warning. The first time any man's freedom is trodden on, we're all damaged.
I question your action.
Wow. Guys, I promise you, I didn't arrange, I didn't arrange, I just typed in Captain Picard leadership. Anyways, this character on a fictional TV show, what do they call it? A science fiction show. I admired this character, and I admired him so much that, I spent countless nights praying, guys. Would you believe it? Praying, like, I hope someday I have a haircut like this guy. No, not really, guys. I'm joking, but he's a handsome guy, and that's what they said. This guy, his name is Patrick Stewart, real famous British actor, and when he started losing his hair, guys, he started feeling, as you can imagine, a lot of people do, probably embarrassment and especially being an actor. He's a serious actor, and he started feeling like his life's journey was going to have to take an abrupt and drastic change because he started losing his hair, and he didn't think anybody would want to cast him in a role. And then he ended up auditioning and earning the role of Captain Picard in this show. So, so why am I sharing it with you? Is there incredible leadership examples all throughout that show. But this farm boy from middle of nowhere, that was my introduction. I started thinking like, because they make a lot of references to Starfleet Academy, Academy, and I started, over time, right, years. He started referencing his time at the Academy, and it was all made up, guys, fictional. But sometime, this was before the internet in the 90s, 1990s. Oh my gosh, guys. I started questioning, I wonder if my nation has an academy like that, where leaders, like a leadership institution, where admirable leadership qualities are reinforced and built and encouraged and developed, and negative leadership qualities are discouraged. And I started researching it, and oh my gosh, guys, my nation has an academy like that, and it has multiple academies. They're called service academies, and would you believe it, guys? The different branches of services have academies where, among other commissioning sources, officers are commissioned at these academies. It's like 4-year academies of intense training and indoctrination and education and leader development and spiritual development and moral development occurs. And man, it's your first instinct sometimes is it's like it's impossible, an impossible dream. There's no possible way I'm going to be admitted to an institution of that caliber, the national level institution where the best of the best, right? It's not. It's like normal people go there, guys, but they're smart, intelligent people, students. So I felt a calling that, hey, James, like I think that's a place you should apply for. And I did. But I had a lot of inhibitions and lack of self-confidence at that time, even though my national level standardized scores were pretty decent. I thought, I'm coming from a small town applying to the United States Military Academy. There's no way I'm going to get accepted right out of high school. So I had a plan that I'm going to go to another state university for a year and get that college experience and then apply. And so that's the path I took. And so I applied to the University of Texas and went there for a year. And then I applied, would you believe it? I applied to the United States Military Academy. And would you believe it, guys? I got denied. I got rejected. And man, I remember that phone call because it's an intense process, guys. You don't just apply to the college like other schools. You apply first. You need a congressional nomination or a senatorial nomination or from the vice president or the president. So the first step was getting this nomination. And man, I mean, just imagine that your district congressman has to nominate. Hey, I nominate. I put my name behind this high school student or this young adult because I think they're going to excel at one of the service academies. That's a great responsibility. And so, that's the first hurdle. And I'm like, yeah, I had doubt. There's no way I'm going to pass this first hurdle to get a nomination. But guess what, guys? I did. And I had assistance earning that congressional nomination. And so my congressman put a stamp of approval and said, James is good enough. Man, it's more than that, right? can you imagine all the students that apply to get a congressional nomination for the different service academies? So, James, I am confident, right? Speaking on from the perspective of that I am confident that James has demonstrated the values and the physical fitness and the academic prowess and more than anything else, the determination um, and the character to attend and excel and graduate from the United States Military Academy. Man, sorry guys. Let's look at a picture because that is a beautiful school. Such a beautiful school. Dumb pictures. There we go. I don't know, guys. You can look it up. Beautiful school. That's the point, and it's iconic to a lot of people, right? Not to everyone. It's not universal. Like most people, probably don't know, probably never heard of it. But Jean-Luc Picard introduced me to the concept of a national or galactic level academy of values, and so I applied to it. And would you believe it, guys? I got denied, and I remember that conversation so clearly. I was in my apartment. A college student, poor. I was making, not much money at that time, like I think $11,000. But guess what, guys? I felt annual, guys, $11,000 a year, 12,000. I thought I was rich, and I was living on patio burritos and grilled cheese and ramen, and I felt rich. But I was in my apartment, and he told me, James, I got bad news for you. You know what you do? You keep calling this admissions officer, like. I called him, man. It must have been 100 times, maybe more. And, hey, sir, you got any news? It was a captain, Captain Cox. Hey, sir, you got any news for me? And, hey, James, I'm sorry. Man, sorry, James, you got denied. Yeah, it's not meant for you. This path is not meant for you. And, I don't know. I didn't feel crushed or anything. I didn't look at it as like a no. I thought, dude, I'm gonna put you back to work, and together we're gonna find a way. We're gonna find a way to get me in this academy, this leadership institution, and so I didn't accept that as a roadblock. In my mind, it was a hurdle. So I was like, all right, sir, whatever. I was polite. Hey, keep me in mind if something comes up, and time goes on. Anyways, a slot came available, and so he said, "Okay, hey, I think you got a slot, but you have to do a medical evaluation." And so I did this medical evaluation where you get checked top to toe, head to toe, to see if you're physically fit enough to serve as a commissioned officer or as a cadet officer first. And would you believe it, guys? I failed. I failed that test, right? Because my eyesight, guys, we have no choice in the physical hand that we're dealt. But I was dealt with some poor eyesight, high astigmatism, beyond the level of acceptance for the Department of Defense. And so when I sent my results, this admissions officer, he told me again, like, James, I'm sorry, man, but you failed the medical evaluation. And so, yeah, I wasn't crushed, guys. I was like, I didn't take no. Excuse me, guys. I didn't accept it. I didn't accept that was the path of my life because I knew in my heart, I felt it, guys. I felt that I belonged at this leadership institution. And right, I'm talking about this because this is my life's journey, but there's incredible leadership institutions all across the world, guys. And, if you went to another leadership institution, I hope you're proud of it. And I hope you contribute to making it better, maybe serving on faculty or being part of the alumni or whatever. Start your own leadership academy based on the leadership values that you have. But this is the path that I took. That's why I'm sharing this story, guys. Because I'm going to share something with you. this message, and you're gonna question like, I don't know, I'm not gonna speak for you, right? But I want you to know that I hold myself to high standards of integrity and honesty, and I'm gonna question, or I'm gonna share something with you. I'm gonna share something with you that I hope you question, but I hope to earn enough of your trust that you know at the very least, without a doubt, I'm sharing something that I know in my heart is true. Now, whether anyone accepts it or not, that's on you. My what I'm responsible for is sharing this message, and that's what I'm doing. And sorry, guys, I know this is a real good microphone, so it picks up a lot of stuff. All right, so we're talking about leadership. Let's roll. You guys want to listen? You guys want to watch some more Jean-Luc Picard clips, man? That guy fires me up, and it's a good series. If you guys ever want to watch, so I'm just gonna thumb through some. Right, I didn't get permission from people. Like, if you're offended, I hope I protected your identity and stuff. Hold on, guys. Let me make my face smaller. Yeah, this is my senior year there, and look how beautiful that campus is. And every day I knew how blessed I was. And you make some lifelong friends, and these dudes, man, I love them like brothers. And you know, we've got like sometimes like 20, you know, sometimes you go 5, 10, 15 years without talking to people, but when you do talk to them, they're like brothers. Yeah, man. Sorry, guys. I'm trying to get better about my language, and I have bad habit of using gap words like to put emphasis on stuff like, man, you know, it's non-gender, and I'm going to try to stop using that at all, but it's just emphasis, and it's a weakness on my part, and I'm trying to get better, and I appreciate your patience, but that guy on the left, I don't think it's a big, right? I want to honor his memory. His name's Jacob Fritz. You can look him up. This guy had a heart, man, so pure, and one of the best. And yeah, we were in Iraq together as lieutenants, and he was part of a team that they were out on a forward base, immersed in this Iraqi security base. And you know, I don't want to get too far into the weeds, but you know, it's relevant to, I guess, to what's going on in the world right now. And I don't have all the. This is coming from memory, guys, and you know, I think it's fact to me because I remember reading that it was, but so the Iranian Quds Force, they're like special forces, they're paramilitary force. Right, they had a lot of influence in Iraq, and they still do, and that's one of the reasons why hostilities have kind of peaked in the Middle East right now. But the Iranian Quds Force, when violence has been going on for so long, you don't know who's the aggressor and who's reacting, right? That's the nature of violence. Some of the human beings experiencing violence right now, victims, and you know, unfortunately, I hope not, but someday they may have violence in their soul to get revenge for loved ones that were killed through acts of violence, and that's the cycle of war. Anyways, this guy Jake, beautiful human being, and better than me. In turn, right? We don't have to say, you know, compare ourselves to other, but I'm saying he's just a gentle soul, and I admire that about him. And when he was serving in Iraq, his team, this Iranian Quds Force, this special forces for Iran, this is the story that I told. Another friend of mine put together a real good fact-based narrative about the details of this, and it's been almost 20 years since I read it. So forgive me if I right. Forgive me if I don't get all the facts right, but this is the story. The Quds Force went into this, and the Iraqi security forces kind of like let them in, but there's plausible deniability because this Iranian Quds Force, they were in these Chevy Tahoes. They looked like Americans. They were in American uniforms. They had American weapons, American protective equipment, right? Eyewear. So they rode right into this Iraqi base where my friend Jake was in and his team, and as retaliation for the capture of some Iranian Quds Force commanders or the killing of them, they wanted to retaliate. So this was what they did, and they kidnapped my friend Jake and his team. Some of them were killed on the base, some of them were taken, and my beautiful friend Jake was one of the ones that was taken, and the story as I know it was, there was a fight, and I don't know, no one knows what happened, but they took Jake and some other U.S. service members, and they were rushing to get back across the border to take them to Iran or to some safe house, and they were going to use them. Their intent was to use them as a bargaining chip to get the release of these Quds Force commanders, and some Apaches were dispatched, like, hey, we have some U.S. service members under attack. They may be being kidnapped. We need you to respond. And so they responded, and they, were in the air, and they were following these Quds Force with my friend Jake in one of the vehicles, and they knew they weren't going to outrun them. So yeah, I'm not going to get too far into it, but Jake, brother, man, I miss you. And not just Jake, guys, like beautiful human beings are dying every day due to acts of violence. Beautiful human beings just like Jake, and we got to stop it. And if we can't, man, we can't. We have to stop it. We got to get leaders of character in positions of authority and influence and power, and we got to stop the war, stop the violence. And if you're in a nation right now and you have a war hawk, right? Do you understand war hawk? A war hawk is no, not a war hawk, right? A chicken hawk. Something like that, guys. You know what I'm saying? It's a little chick, right? Yeah, in terms of courage, right? It's a little chick. A little chicken, and running around, and they're real loud. Their voice is the loudest, yet their moral courage is the smallest, and they're the ones screaming the loudest for war and aggression. And those chicken hawks are usually the loudest ones screaming for war because they don't know what war is. And if they did, if we elect leaders that have been in war and have seen human death and have seen rotting human flesh that before was a beautiful human being, I think we would avoid conflict more than we do. We're talking about we live in the age of nuclear weapons, and we still have great powers acting aggressively towards other nations, and it has to stop. Brother Jake, I miss you, man. Hey, we're going to keep going through these pictures, and I don't think, man, look how handsome I was. Look at that, dude. I used to think I was not handsome, man. I was shaving my hair. I'm beautiful. You guys, everyone's beautiful, right? Everyone's different. Like, what kind of scale of beauty do we have in modern society where we think, yeah, we'll talk about it in a future video, guys. But these standards of beauty, it kills me. Talking about young school-age girls, they're being bombarded with all these images and influencer videos that have this like unnatural and unrealistic standards of beauty. No, I tell you right now, what you were given, the hand that you were dealt, the physical qualities that you have, you are beautiful. And but of course, guys, right? It's our physical body. Have you heard the phrase, "My body is my temple"? And even me, guys, I'm up here and talking face to you on YouTube right now, but yeah, I got some excessive body fat. What do they call it? Visceral body fat around my waist. that I need to get rid of, guys. Right? My body is my temple, and I'm doing that. And there's things within our control that we can do with diet and nutrition and sleep. Diet, nutrition, and sleep. Diet's probably the same thing as nutrition, but you guys know what I'm talking about. Take care of your body. Your body, our body is our temple. Boom. Look at these. It's a beautiful uniform, and it's symbolic. Uniforms are symbolic, guys. Some people think militarism and wasting national resources and all that, and it's true, right? Everything's on a scale. But looking at this, I'm looking at it on the positive side, and I'm looking at camaraderie, and it's a beautiful student athlete named Melanie, and she's got a beautiful family, and the guy on the right with his eyes closed, man, he's works in the State Department. This dude, right? I respect people's privacy, so I don't want to give out too much, but he's in a serious position. He's in a very influential position. Man, I wish I could tell you what country, because then you would understand how important of a position he's in right now. But I don't want to talk too much, man. Whoa. Now we're going through these fast. Man, this is my brother Gary Avery. My brother Gary, man. Whew, I miss you, dude. Can't even look at his picture, man. Like you can see that beauty in this guy's soul just by looking at him. And he was a stud, right? You know what the word stud means, right? Right? He was awesome. He was an awesome human being. He's a physical guy, and there are some special programs that you can apply for that are very physically demanding. And when you were in school, and he applied for and earned a position in one of these very demanding physical school called Sapper School, and I became very close with him during. Right, I'm not. You guys don't care. This stuff doesn't mean, but it does mean a lot to people in this community. But so I went to Ranger School with Gary and Tim and some great guys, and so I graduated from that demanding school. So I'm a Ranger qualified infantry. I was. Right now I am, right? I am a Ranger qualified retired infantry officer, and Gary and I bonded very strongly in that intense school. And just one story about him. He's the kind of, so people are starving. People are starving. That's one of it's food deprivation, sleep deprivation, physically demanding, a lot of external pressure in this leadership school called Ranger School, and people are starving because you don't get fed very many calories. And Gary's the kind of guy, like, no matter how hungry he was, he would always offer. He would always offer some of his food, and I'm sure Tim, man, if you're watching this, I'm sure you're getting emotional too, because this guy was a beautiful human being, and someone detonated a explosive device under his up-armored Humvee in Iraq, and there's another story I'm going to share about him, and I'm sensitive about it because we're all humans, right? You can say human sexuality, like we're all sexual beings, and we all have different views about it. And I'm I'm not too I don't know how to say it, guys. There was a period of my life, right? These- you don't. We know as adolescents, and when you're in your 20s, like hormones are like so powerful, and like what you crave most of all is not innocent, pure human connection, right? Intimate, like pure intimate connection, right? What you crave is on the animalistic side, and yeah, I'm ashamed. Right, we all go through that, guys. I don't carry a lot of shame. It's just, but this guy, Gary, and I don't think he would mind me sharing this about him, but he's the kind of guy that he was committed, and he told me he was committed to never sharing himself, that part of his body, his physical body, and his spiritual side, his emotional side. He was never going to share that part of his soul with another human being until he was committed in the sanctimony of marriage. And I don't know, right? Who knows, man? I never was with him all every single day, but I would bet everything that I have, everything of value, that he upheld that. And he got married as a young lieutenant before he went off to Iraq, and he never came back to his beautiful wife, man. We gotta stop this. We gotta stop global conflict, guys. And if your national level leadership are chicken hawks and they're sitting behind their wealthy corporate donors or national, right? Can you imagine these PACs from other nations have such powerful influence on other nations, right? It's not about any one nation or about where I'm from. This is my life journey, but I'm telling you, that's true. There's powerful forces behind our elected leaders, and those powerful forces, sometimes what they want do not align with what's best for society. And yeah, brothers like Jake and Gary, man, you guys can see from that picture, man, beautiful soul. And I love you. I'll always love you, man. Not just you. I love people who share the same positive values. Generally, right? No specific value, right? No one's asking you to commit to virginity until you're married. I'm just telling you. I'm just sharing that story. That's how my friend Gary was. Look at these studs. Right? It's a group, and I've lost track of a lot of these guys, and I hope they're all doing well. I hope they're at peace, and a lot of veterans are finding themselves in dark places, and they're taking their own life. And thank God, no one, as far as I know, in this group has taken their own life. And man, right? This is my life journey, not just this group. Anybody, right? As part of our global human values community, man. Like, if you're in a dark place and you're thinking of, I don't want to, I lost my will to live. Guys, I lost my will to live too. 6 months ago, I was at a breaking point. And yeah, I found some help. And my support network got me through it. And not just them, like I fought through it. And you're gonna have to fight through it too, right? The onus is on you. And the big thing is understanding that you need help, and being strong enough to ask for help. And I did ask for help, and that's a good thing about going live, is we can talk about this, or I can show it. And sorry, dudes. I know this isn't exciting. Here it is. Let's go. View our community. View our human values community. So this video, I called it Beyond Race, what truly defines us, but it's about leadership and it's about a friend and it's about a leader that I trust. And when I needed someone, he was the one I called, and I shared that story in this video, and I hope you take some time to watch it. You know, maybe you're not gonna agree. No, I think you will. I think you'll agree with what I'm trying to say. We got to get past racial designations too, and racial biases, and we got to judge people on individual merits, and yeah, yeah, stuff like that. That's what we're talking about. Ooh, geez, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna run with it, and you know, because I know this technology, this video is gonna be out there, and I'm not gonna delete it ever. And I don't think anyone's gonna ask me to delete it, and so come back to it. Love you guys, hurricanes, and it's my group, right? Everyone in this school had their different cliques and stuff. Man, look at these guys, so beautiful, so happy. This was before graduation when we got our rings, and it was a proud weekend, and they call it ring weekend. I'm trying to see myself in that picture. I don't know, maybe that's my bald head right there. Yeah, you know, sometimes I probably felt inferior compared to some. Look how beautiful they are. Sometimes I probably felt like I wasn't as physically beautiful as them, but all of us are. We're all the same. We're just different. Yeah, this is all the classmates that passed on. So that's one unfortunate uh, truth about the group of leaders that I graduated with is we had the most killed in action and most fatalities of any class, West Point class, since the Vietnam War, and too many beautiful leaders, and yeah, this is that school, Ranger. Let's go see. Let's go see what you know I'm talking about. This is probably one of the proudest days of my life. That's my mother's hands right there. Can you imagine being a mother and your baby boy graduated from West Point and then went to Ranger School, guys? Right? I don't. You guys can look it up. The graduating percentage. The graduating percentage of class is very low. Let's put it like that, and it's extremely difficult. And anyone who graduates from that leadership experience will tell you, right? Even special forces guys that go through Ranger School, they'll tell you like Ranger School's the worst physically and probably mentally too. Like it pushes you to the edge. But I graduated, guys. Would you believe it? And maybe someday I'll talk about it because I reached a low point in that school, and I think that's one of the benefits of values of that school. It pushes you to a low point, and everyone's low point's different. But anyways, guys, let me show you real quick. I really don't know, guys. I really don't know. You know, now I'm questioning if Jean-Luc Picard was a Ranger qualified Starfleet officer. I don't know, guys. I hope he was, because you know, there's a bond between leaders, men and women. 1 million views. Look at that. There's a bond between leaders that graduate from that school.
Ranger School is one of the most difficult and demanding leadership schools in the world. Let's see how hard it is by discussing requirements, timeline, and phases.
Yada, guys. I'm not going to go through the whole thing, but
validation of Ranger course my point of emphasis.
I don't think about it enough. I want to think about it more.
A buddy of mine was living in the Fort Benning area.
All the leadership lessons that I learned.
And getting smoked. You learn knots, belays, anchor points, rope management, and the basic fundamentals of climbing and rappelling.
Right, mountaineering is not the big thing you learn, and that's just one of the tasks. What you learn mostly about is leadership, and you learn about yourself and how hard you can push yourself.
Although we were working together much better as a platoon,
you learn about teamwork, and you learn about accomplishing the mission.
After passing Florida, we were taken back to Fort Benning for a final day of out processing and graduation. getting a go for a leadership position in a
I'm going to leave it playing while I tell this story. My buddy Tony, he was a ranger instructor. He was a ranger instructor. I think he was in the swamp phase in Florida. And he told me this story of this ranger, what do they call this? Ranger candidate or... Yeah, ranger student. Yeah, ranger student. He was, anyways, you know, he was in this difficult position. And kinetic, right? There's firefight, right? It's infantry tactics, right, guys. It's simulated with blank rounds, but there's a lot of stressors, and when you're in a leadership position, that's when the most pressure and stress is on you, because they want to evaluate how do you behave as a leader. And my brother Tony, I wish I had a picture of him right now, but he told me a story of this ranger student was in a leadership position. And so it's a famous phrase where the ranger instructors, to put pressure on her, they would ask you, what are you going to do now, Ranger? What are you going to do now, Ranger? And it's to force the decision making under extreme pressure. And so my friend Tony, I call him, he is my friend, my brother, but I wouldn't want to be a ranger instructor under Tony. Let's put it like that, because he's intense, man. And so he's like stern faced. What are you gonna do now, Ranger? And this ranger student, he's with blank rounds, guys. It's non-lethal. It's non-life or threat. He said, "I'm gonna surrender." Can you imagine this? This U.S. Military soldier said he was going to surrender in Ranger School. Needless to say, that Ranger student did not earn his Ranger tab. Anyways, guys, you get the point. I'm proud of that, and not in like a militaristic way, like Ranger School time. No, thank God, guys. Right. The purpose of this video is to talk, and is to share about this message. You know, I'm getting to the point. I'm sharing with you my particular life journey, so you can tell. I hope you can feel this guy's genuine. This guy's talking with passion. This guy has a pure soul. This guy cares about human beings around him, but on a greater scale too, right around the world. But I took a path through the military and as a combat leader. And I don't know what happened. Maybe that's the last picture I had. Sorry, guys. 1 second. Boom, boom. I'm not going to go through all these guys real quick. Okay? Like story time. It's comment time. No more stories. But this is my brother, Jerry. And he was an Iraqi interpreter. And I love that guy. And guess what, guys? He was an Iraqi citizen. Then he gained his citizenship, or his pathway to come to the U.S. And he was so proud to be in the U.S. that he volunteered to serve in the United States Army. And Ahmed, you're a good man, and you have a good soul, and I miss you, man. And guess what, guys? His son, or one of his sons, joined to serve in the military too. And I have an awesome picture of them in uniform serving together. There's great humans all across the world. We don't need to be killing each other, guys. And this is more than about like fuzziness, like hug a tree kind of stuff. Like, we're going to start looking at action. Like, what can we do? What can we do to influence our national level leaders? Look at these guys. John Deere, American brand tractor John Deere. They were so proud. They are so proud. They were great farmers, guys. The farmers of Iraq. And I loved it. I loved taking this picture. This was when I was a company commander. And I made it. I told my subordinate leaders, my platoon leaders, that during our time in that small slice of Iraq, my goal was for every Iraqi citizen in our area, would have a chance to interact and communicate with an American soldiers, because that's how proud I was of the soldiers in my company, is that I was confident that they emulated, they shared the same values that I shared of being there to help the Iraqi people and to secure democracy for the Iraqi people and all that stuff. And yeah, we're going to examine. I don't know. But I know at our level we were there for admirable reasons, and I met some beautiful people. Beautiful people. This guy, he was they called him a sheikh, and he hosted us, right? And they're not wealthy, and he hosted this beautiful dinner for my soldiers and I when I was a company commander, and I would always take off my body armor, which was kind of a big no-no. But I wanted to show him, hey, brother, I trust you. Like, my security is in your hand when I am in your presence, and yeah, good human beings all over the world. And these were the guys responsible for kind of for security and the local leaders, and so proud of what my team and I accomplished with leaders and Iraqis. And I hope they're living in peace and prosperity now. This local sheikh to the left of the image, I trust him, right? I believe him. He was genuine when he told me. He presented me with his gold sword, and he said, Nakib is the word for captain. That's the rank I was at that time. Nakib Gibson. My people and I have never done this before, but we award you and your soldiers with this. For them, it was sacred, right? I don't know if it's. I didn't care. I didn't ask him, hey, is this solid gold or whatever? It was sacred to them, and it was meaningful, and he presented it to my soldiers and I for what we accomplished during that time. And this is microscopic, guys. Uh, uh, on a large scale across wherever American service members are at. Uh, we represent American values. Are there bad hombres, right? I love that phrase. Uh, whichever, I'll say it like that. Whichever national leader came up with that phrase, bad hombre. Hombres, Spanish for basically dude, bad dudes. Right? There's some bad hombres everywhere, guys. You can't judge organizations or civilizations or societies or whatever by the actions of a few bad hombres. Give credit where credit is due. I like the phrase bad and good hombres. This guy's a warrior. I don't know what's in his heart, right? But we worked well together. This was one of the best leaders I ever served with, and I'm kind of keep it zoomed out, but he's a Kurdish leader in Kurdistan. It's a tragedy. I'd love to. There's other people on YouTube that explore this kind of stuff, but how the British, and it's not a knock on the British, right? Everyone was doing the best they could at the time. But the British was responsible for this large geographical region, the Middle East, and they drew lines in the sand, and they said these are national borders, and sometimes those lines in the sand bisected cultural groups. And the Kurdish people, unfortunately, was one of the biggest cultural groups that are currently without a nation, and I hope we could resolve that. I don't know what the answer is, guys. You can't carve out a different country and say, hey, this, we're taking some of your country together. Right? It's difficult. In an ideal world, these other countries would acknowledge, like, I would not want to be part of an ethnic group, the Kurdish people, that are wonderful people. This guy, again, was one of the best leaders I ever served with, and I hope someday I can share some of the leadership lessons that he taught me as a young captain, a young Nakib. But the Kurdish people, I wish someday you have your own sovereign. Sovereign means protected your own sovereign nation, the nation of Kurdistan. Look at this guy. He's a father. Look how proud he is of that beautiful girl, right? Non-gender guys, I don't know, maybe that's a boy, I don't know. His child. So proud, so loving. Can you imagine robbing a parent of a beautiful child or abusing, destroying the innocence of a child? We have to deter that. And if you're not, guys, I'm trying to be careful with my language. I know you agree. You're here. You're here with me because you feel that too. Let's start holding people accountable for not protecting beautiful children. And I'm not talking about, I am talking about your child. But I'm not talking about just your child, right? That's the individual level. Keep expanding how much you want your child's life to be protected and expand that passion and that sense of security out infinitely across the entire known universe, of which there's one planet that sustains life, and it's this planet that we're on, planet Earth, right? Can we protect all life, all human life? But right, it's a hierarchy. Let's go through this kind of philosophical, uh, mental exercise. Imagine, right? We place different values on different life. Imagine a stranger. You had to choose between the life of a stranger and the life of a loved one. And you had to make a split-second decision. And, no matter what you choose, it's going to kill you for the rest of your life. It's going to eat at your morals and your conscience because you chose life and death, and you chose death for someone. But, yeah, I think we would all choose, right? We can admit we would all choose the loved one because we have that bond. It's tribalism. We start at the individual, and then it goes to like brother, sister, parent, and then it expands cousins and community and town and state, and it goes all the way up to country. And yeah, someday I hope we're all proud to be part of planet Earth, our global community. Right? Now imagine you're in a position you had to make a life and death decision between two strangers, right? So there's not a known connection, a known relationship that weighs on you. It's two strangers. Only one stranger is this beautiful child in this picture. And the other stranger is this dude on the left with a silly looking grin in body armor, right? And an American military uniform. And you had to make a split second or whatever time, right? Imagine you had infinite time to make this decision. What would you choose? Right? I hope you would choose the life of the child because that represents the future. It represents innocence. It represents pureness. It represents the future generations and the future of our species. And if we cannot protect the soul and the innocence and the lives of our children, what the hell are we doing? Yeah, I took it on that's the back of me, but when I was a commander, I wanted to help the kids, the children of the area. I don't want to say I was responsible. Yeah, I was responsible. My boss held me responsible for what was happening in this area. And I worked hand in hand with the Iraqi leadership. But I wanted more than anything to like connect with the children and help the children. And right, I had a limited amount of time, but what I did was I mass produced these letters and I sent them across the United States to random churches. And I told them about my effort to give school supplies to children across the small piece of Iraq I was responsible for. And a lot of great donors like gave school supplies, and these are some pictures of like me handing them out. And man, I loved them. I loved talking to them, and I always, through my interpreter, guys. I wish we had a universal language, and but I love talking talking to kids and people and connecting with them. But I would always kind of encourage them, like, to learn and to take their education serious and why education mattered. And I have I don't have a feeling, guys. We know our education system. Some nations are better than others. Why can't we do that, guys? Why can't we look at what other nations are good at, and why can't we like emulate what they do? And I know not everything applies to every nation, but right, you understand what I'm saying. We can take the best practices across the world, and we can start incorporating them in our own specific communities and states and nations. We can make each other better. We can be better. Man, this guy was a stud. He was like my brigade commander, and you can tell, man, he is a leader, and he he worked his way all the way up to general officer, and you don't do that without being. I mean, yeah, I've kind of been around one or two where I kind of question the system that selected them, but in general, or no, that's a bad word when I'm talking about generals, but typically you're really special. You're a special kind of leader to reach general officer. And this was another example of the Iraqis throwing us a feast. So generous, guys. Did you know what I learned during my time with the Iraqis is when they're building their house, more than a house, it's kind of, like a compound. Yeah. When they're building their home, right? House is like a structure, but their home, the very first thing they build and then the very first thing they focus on completing is their meeting area. And I think I have a picture of it. Yeah, like this. This is the meeting area, and that's the thing they focus on because in Arabic and in a lot of cultures, but we're talking about Arabic culture here, Iraqi culture, it was priority for them to be able to host, to welcome guests into their home, and to host them. And right, they had family members. They were called chai boys, and it's probably kind of a derogatory term, but it was the younger member of the family was responsible for making chai tea and distributing it to their guests. And I admired that about the Arabic culture, and I think that's in part of the Quran how Muhammad was emphasized being hospitable, and it's a big part of their culture. And not everyone can experience it, guys. I wish there's a lot of like what do they call them, digital nomads and stuff, like traveling the world, but I wish everyone can experience, and I can't speak for this guy's heart, right? He was probably a shady guy, but I'm talking about his hospitality. And I wish you could experience hospitality on that level in a foreign culture. And I hope you can feel like you're experiencing, at least on some scale, this experiencing through what I'm telling. Sorry, guys, I'm getting a little sleepy, but we're gonna keep running, and I may play that song again because that fires me up. This is my interpreter, and awesome job. I feel shame. This guy's Iraqi, but I feel shame the way we left Afghanistan. Stuff like that almost killed me, guys. It almost destroyed my soul and my humanity, my faith in humanity, and it almost did. And I think it does for a lot of people. Right? What's that number? 22. We're not talking about just veterans, but right? I don't know how many people across the world choose to take their own life because they don't want to live among our society any longer. And everyone, probably had their different reasons, but I think a lot of them, they lose faith in humanity. And I did too. I almost lost complete faith, but I'm going to share a message. Look at these guys, man. I really loved them. I didn't know. I didn't know these guys. I didn't know that. I probably asked them their names whenever I was there, but of course I don't remember. There's a good chance some of them were named Muhammad because it's a popular name, right? Like the movie Superbad. This guy I think he got a fake ID and he put Muhammad on there because it's the most popular name. Yeah, it's my family graduating Ranger School. I didn't even expect them to come out. I didn't expect to have support at that graduation ceremony. And I hope you have a support network that you can count on. Boom, boom, boom. Sorry, guys. Yeah, that's enough, guys. Look at this. This is one of my favorite pictures. This is some school supplies from. Yeah, I bought a lot of stuff out of pocket, but I had some donations too when I reached out and asked for some help. And that's what you got to do too sometimes is we can't do everything on our own. And I'm going to ask for some help too. Right now, this community of over 6,000 beautiful human beings with good intentions and good souls, like, it's just me. It's just me producing content. So yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna ask for some help. If you have some, if you can help, just shoot me a message and we'll do it. Look at that beautiful soul. Oh man, I'm gonna get emotional in front of you guys. And you know what I'm thinking, right? Right. I would never take a current picture of a child and put it on. But this girl's probably 30 years old or something. Well, I don't know how long ago. It's 2005 or 6, right? It's a long time ago. So I'm pretty sure she doesn't still look like this, right? Like Benjamin Button. I don't know. But look at that. You guys know what I'm getting at, and I'm probably going to get emotional talking about it. But it's this school-age girl. Hundreds of them went to school on one beautiful day, and an American-made Tomahawk cruise missile fired from a ship in the Persian Gulf, or wherever it was at. Someone messed up the intelligence. Ooh. Someone messed up. Right? I hope. Right? The worst thing it could be is if I can't fathom a leader in our nation's military would give the authorization knowingly to destroy a school of children. Right? There's a lot of stuff online about, no, they knew that because a lot of the naval officers of the Iranian Navy, their children go, because it was a school on the base, right? So there's plausible deniability that, I don't know what the hell happened, guys. Where is the accountability? I wish I had infinite time to just keep running, guys. I'll tell you what I'm going. I put a suspense on myself, and I'm beyond it already. You're approaching it. But what I want to do is ask the leader, right? The leader. Who? You guys are probably thinking a civilian leader. No, I'm not talking about a civilian leader. I'm talking about who is the military leader overall, who was responsible for everything that happens or fails to happen in that geographical area. I tell you, my faith in the selection system of general, they call them flag officers, right? You know, the military rank, the tippy top flag officers, general officers, they're special. My experience, at least. Right? They're not all, right? They're human beings too, guys. But they're overwhelmingly, they have admirable quality in their leadership. Right? You don't get to a flag officer and at this level, what I'm talking about, it's a 4-star rank. And that is the highest. And I don't know the name, right? I know the position. It's a Central Command commander. The commander of U.S. Central Command is the commander responsible. And, sir, no, I'm not going to do that, guys. I did a Google search, and I thought this man, I was hoping, because I'm so confident. I didn't really watch carefully, but I saw like a news comment of him. He looks like a man of character that I would follow into battle. And that if you had a son or daughter serving in the military, no matter what nation, a leader who presents himself like that and speaks intelligibly, and right, you have to assume people like that. And I do, and he probably is a man of character. But I did a Google search a few days ago, like, what is this commander's statement on this tragedy that happened at this Iranian girls' school? Because it made me sick, guys. It made me sick to be human, to know that we could do that on accident, right? Yeah, it is an assumption that it was accident. If yeah, it killed me, guys. I think that's good enough. Retirement. All right, guys. Yeah, yeah. Let's transition to so most militaries they get a big percentage of the pie, the national budget, but the U.S. military, my God, how big of a piece of the pie, man? It's a lot. It's a lot of resources, guys, and I'm gonna give a lot of credit to one of the resources. Is sorry, guys. I know that must sound terrible on your speakers or headphones. I'll be more cautious of that going forward. But one of the programs I have is helping military members transition from military, especially retirees, because you were there the longest, 20 years at least minimum. And that's a long time to be part of any organization. You get institutionalized, like Shawshank Redemption, the great movie by, I don't know who directed it. Anyways, institutionalized. Excuse me, guys. So, a lot of veterans, it's assumed one of the reasons is when they get out of the military, they have a difficult time transitioning to the civilian world. I never felt like I would have that difficulty. But another problem, a lot of people transitioning, not just the military guys, that's just my life journey. If you transition from a job to a different company, right? You know what I'm talking about. Major transitions in our lives. It's difficult. And transitioning from military institutionalization and indoctrination after so long, it's difficult. And one of the things is you lose a sense of purpose. And I knew that, right? Because there's programs in there to help veterans transition to civilian life, and they talk about that. And not just that, right? I'm not a dummy. I know there's going to be a major transition. So, like, hey, James, what do you want to do when you get on the outside? And there's a lot of admirable things I could have done, like been part of law enforcement, or what I always wanted to do is be a teacher. Man, I'm getting to my point, guys. And a lot of admirable things I could have done. And what I chose was, after a lot of thinking and a lot of soul searching, is because, I read a lot of social media and people talking about, like, we're never going to be able to retire and going to work until I die. And a lot of people are in that position, and I feel terrible for it. And yeah, maybe that's a human right too, retirement, right? Like some right to enjoy the fruits of your labor. Anyways, guys. So what I determined, and I feel I'm sharing it with a little bit of shame, is that my sense of purpose, my life's purpose when I got out of the military was going to be, since so many people don't get to retire and live it up and travel and enjoy good things and eat out at restaurants and live life up to the max, right? Imagine a knob and you're like, when you're at your job, you're like, yeah, it's not very cool, right? Sometimes some jobs, some people love their job, but like enjoy life to the max. I was gonna like crank it up and live it to the max and share it with the world. And so I did. This is like the first country I never visited Taiwan before I retired, but I loved it. And yeah, it's a complex situation there. We can talk about it on another video. But that's what I did is that was my purpose, guys, to live it up and travel the world. And man, it almost destroyed me because I knew that is not purpose. That is not a true purpose. The intelligence that I have, right? I'm not gonna say whatever. I'm not gonna say like the gifts that God. That's what I believe. I believe. Uh, I don't. I really don't know, guys. Let's just put it like this, right? Because I'm cautious about religious beliefs, and we all aren't born under the same situation, right? Life experiences aren't equal across the board. Some people are born with disabilities and diseases, and in areas where it's very difficult. Life is very difficult. So it's hard for me to say like God gave that to you. But anyways, the gifts that I have, I was going to use that to like live it up across the world, and I feel shame, and no longer, guys. I no longer feel shame because I no longer do that. Look at that. I really admire. I admire Buddhism, and I admire the teachings of Buddha. And in future meetings, I hope we can learn about that together. Or we're all intelligent. We can learn on our own. But I enjoy talking about this kind of stuff. And that's it, guys. I'm not going to go through the rest of them. I'm going to get through the point of my story. Multiple stories. All right, so went to Taiwan for a few months, and I enjoy scuba diving and enjoying marine life, and being connected with the ocean. As humans, we're kind of drawn to the ocean. Like most of a human population is within a certain distance from the ocean, and so I enjoy it. I love that feeling of being immersed in the ocean, scuba diving, and seeing. Man, if you haven't seen like a sea turtle or like major sea life in the ocean, it's a great feeling. I hope you have a chance to experience that or experience it through someone else. And then I went to other countries too, Philippines. Did some more scuba diving. Got my advanced certification. Went back home, spent time with family, and then I came to Vietnam, guys, and I got comfortable. I got in my comfort zone. And I got so comfortable. I started losing purpose. Yeah, I was focused on improvement. Yeah, going to the gym, like meeting fitness goals, right? And then I have a long list, and someday I hope to share that with you too, like my reading list. There's a lot of great reading lists out there. There's so much great literature to read. I enjoy reading, and so yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, that's my life's purpose. So like, I'm gonna like read all this incredible literature that these incredible human beings produced and created. And little by little, my body started, and my soul started to die because I think I knew, James, you were meant for something more. You were meant for something more than living it up, living your life up. And what a lame excuse that was to live my life up for people who couldn't. That is terrible. And it almost killed me, guys. And you think I'm exaggerating. I started getting these physical symptoms, inflammation, like my immune system, like my joints. Like sometimes I would lay in bed, like dreading taking that first step to like lean over and swing my legs over. Right? Yeah, I'm older compared to a lot of you guys, but I'm middle aged. Middle aged people, your body, if you're taking care of it, you shouldn't be having that much inflammation or pain, joint pain. So it was concerning, and I'm not going through all the symptoms, guys, but I started getting neurological symptoms and difficulty with my eyes and my ears. And man, I struggle with, I value my eyesight and ears, and I always try to protect those. And I was having problems with it. And yeah, I was going, you guys are screaming, why didn't you go to the doctor, dummy? I did a lot. And I took all kinds of tests, am I right? Blah, blah, blah. And nothing wrong, nothing wrong. And I wasn't sleeping, guys. And it was like soul crushing guilt for what's going on in the world, and for like determining my life's purpose, all the gifts that I have, all these talents, and like I was using everything, like my whole being, to like live it up. I feel great shame, and it was killing me, and my body was dying. And so finally, I met a neurologist, and they checked me for everything, guys. Parkinson's, and I was getting shaking and losing balance, like on an escalator, going down and up. Like I would have to hold on to the handrail. Can you imagine, right? A strong ranger, qualified, career military officer, like holding onto the handrail because I was losing my balance, and yada yada yada, guys. I was dying. My soul was dying. My body was dying. And so I went to. It's not by choice, guys, right? I wasn't going on vacation. There's visa limitations and constraints, and my visa in Vietnam was expiring, so I had to leave the country, even though I was in poor health. I even spent like 5 days, consecutive days, five, what did they call it? Inpatient, 5 inpatient days in the hospital under supervision. They were administering like high dose steroids because this neurologist said, I think I know what you have. And there's no test to confirm what you have, but your symptoms based on your eye movements and stuff like that. Most likely it's this, and the treatment is high dose of steroids. So I took it for 5 days, and the timing of it, guys. I had to leave the nation of Vietnam within days of that, and then I had to take oral steroids. Anyways, my body was flooded with high dosage steroids, and I had to go to Thailand. And in Thailand, right, I'm on a spiritual journey. I'm trying to be a good human being, as good of a human being as right? It's a progression. I want, by the time, if I live to whatever, let's say 75. If I live to 75, I hope by that time I'm 1,000 times better human being than I am right now, because I always want to get better. And one thing I wanted to do was improve my spirituality. So I went to, right, we all know meditation's a big part of spiritual health. Maybe we don't all know that, but it is. And I wanted to like learn that skill of deep meditation. And so where do you go? Where can you go to learn that? And Google meditation retreat. And yeah, I had some friends, and they recommended a meditation retreat in Thailand. And so I had intentions of going to this meditation retreat and connecting with my inner self and growing as a human being and focusing on my human values and improving those and strengthening those, and focusing on human values that I'm weak at, guys. We're all weak at different things. And yeah, as we started getting closer to this trip, I was having serious symptoms. And I just, attributed it to the medication. And all right, this is where it gets spiritual. Like that whole movement, the going to the airport in Vietnam. During that whole process, getting on the plane, like I was having all these symptoms, guys. My body was screaming at me, and they were neurological. I know they are, guys. It's nothing magical. Like burning feet and ringing in my ears, like screaming at me, tinnitus or tinnitus. Like, can we agree on pronouncing things one way, guys? I like pronouncing it tinnitus. I don't know if you like pronouncing anything another way, do it. A lot of symptoms, guys. Shaking, physical shaking, and I was weak, and I didn't think I was going to live to see 46 or 47 years old. Can you imagine? And then I get on the flight, and I think non-eventful, uncomfortable, to say the least. Land, and then boom, I land in Thailand, going to the hotel, and that night, guys, I was having some extraordinarily powerful visions. I'm not talking about dreams or nightmares, powerful visions. And I don't, I've taken, I'm not taking your time, because this is gonna exist in the cloud, right? but I'm thinking about brevity, and I'm trying to get to my point, but there's a lot to it. This story, waking up, and I have a beautiful partner, guys. I'm comfortable sharing that with you, like beautiful soul, and in a lot of ways, spiritually, especially, I wish I could be more like that. We're growing together and stuff, and I don't think we're meant to be alone in this life experience. And if you feel like there's no one else out there who could compliment you and who you could compliment and be part of a partnership, and maybe it's not intimate, guys. Some people, they're like best friends, and you hear about those stories, like right, you know what I'm saying? Like, some people, we're not meant to be run solo in life. So I'm very grateful that I have a wonderful partner now, and we went to Thailand together. And I would wake up in the middle of the night, guys, screaming. Like, one night, guys, one night, guys, I swear. Right, I don't need to swear because I know. I hope I've earned your trust. I'm not lying or deceitful. One night I woke my sweet partner up in the middle of the night, and I screamed, "I'm having a stroke!" Because I felt this powerful, it's like an electric current in my brain, right? And I'm fearful of that, or I was. No, maybe a little bit still. I'm fearful of strokes, and my biological father just had a stroke, and he's kind of immobilized, and he's in the bed, and I don't know what's going on in his brain, but I think he's all there, but he can't move. And people with strokes are like that, and it's a nightmare scenario. And I woke up screaming, "I'm having a stroke." My body was dying, my soul was dying, and I'm gonna tell you why. Because I lost faith, and at that point, I didn't completely lose faith in our Creator, in this idea of God, of us being created, or the result of creation. I don't know, right? But you know what I'm talking about. At that time, I was still like loosely religious. Anyway, fast forward, guys. A lot of stuff like that was happening, and you're telling me, dumbass, or dummy. Sorry, guys. Dummy, go to the hospital. I did. Emergency room. Multiple times, guys. They don't know what's going on. But you know what? Excuse me, I told them the medication I'm on. And yeah, they attribute it to that. Although, this medicine, this high dose of steroids, it has a neurological impact. And maybe it was doing what it was supposed to do, because I was having neurological symptoms. I don't know, guys. I'm not a neurologist. But I trusted my neurologist that I needed to take that medication. But over time, like, I'm talking hours and days, like my health was deteriorating. Right? You guys are saying, hey, I'm not assuming what you're saying. I could see how someone would say, dude, people get sick all the time, man. Like, this isn't that important, but it's building up to this message I'm going to share with you guys. And I want you to know why. Because elements of our soul can impact our physical, mental, brain health, right? And my soul wasn't right because I shamefully determined my life's purpose, right? This beautiful gift of life that I had, my purpose was to go live it up. And yeah, so many influencers. I'm not judging people. That's not me. That's not me anymore. I tried it for a few months, like about 6 months or maybe a year. I don't know, about a year, less than a year. And right, not selfish. I was still very active with my family and friends, right? I'm not a complete narcissistic jerk, right? That's not what I'm getting at, but I didn't have a higher purpose than that. So powerful, guys. I wish I could share with you. Like, we went from the airport, guys, to this meditation retreat. You know, we coordinated for a driver. It's about 4 hours away. Come pick us up. The driver came and picked us up. And during this trip, it was like, I'll tell you what it's like, guys. Have you ever heard of Bernini? He's an incredible classical sculptor. Ba, 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 ba. I don't know who Ecstasy of St. James is. Well, I'll look at that later. But this is an amazing sculpture, and it's not going to do justice, this small image. But it felt like this, guys. I'm not saying, right? I'm careful with my word choice, but I'm telling you clearly this is what it felt like because it was happening in my brain, and I'm not that smart of a dude, guys. Like, I almost fell out of West Point, guys. So I'm not, you know, these ideas that were coming to me were like just a steady stream. And I want to share that with you guys, but that's not the purpose of this video. But this stream of ideas and what I told my partner, what we started calling it was inspiration. I feel inspired. And they weren't small things, guys. They were things like this, like, hey man, like you can be part of the group and the movement to start emphasizing the protection of children. Is that something an insane man would say? I don't know. I'm not insane. I know that for sure. But at that moment in my time, I was mentally deteriorating to a point of mental insanity. I was terrified of losing my mind. You hear of people like that, right? You've heard of the movie, A Beautiful Mind. This genius guy, John Nye, he wrote a thesis. I wanted to use a clip of the movie, but it's kind of sexualized. But I'm going to tell the story because I think we need to do that. We need to like dust off his, what did he win? The Nobel Prize. We need to dust that off and read it. But the gist of the movie was he was sitting at a bar, and you know how people are at a bar, right? You're trying to like gain companionship, and you're kind of like judging people on levels of physical attractiveness, and it's all superficial kind of stuff. And so in his mind, he saw this one beautiful, I'm going to not say gender, right? He saw a beautiful human being. And he started thinking through this theory. Like, hey, I could go approach this beautiful human being that I'm attracted to. And I know everyone's going to be like going to this beautiful human being because she's, right, by all superficial classifications of physical attractiveness, like she was but you don't know what's in her soul, right? She could have been ugly like a cockroach. I don't know. In her soul, we don't know what's in people's soul. Is the point. But physically, he knew she was desired, and so he was thinking. He's like, we could all go, guys. Like we could all go, and we could all kind of go show her like a peacock, right? They like show their feathers. We could all go show her our feathers and let her decide who's best. But in the end, we'll probably just like, if there's 4 of us, maybe one of us is going to get selected and the other 3 are like, no go. Or this is what his idea was, guys. This is what won him the Nobel Prize in economics, I think. Go watch the movie. It's called A Beautiful Mind. But in his mind, he said, no, cooperation, not competition. That's the point. That's why I'm sharing this story with you, right? Imagine your powerful nation states. I'm going to name them, right? Because we don't know who they are. China, Russia, the European Union together. You guys have great collective power. South America. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to do that. That's probably gross. The United States, if I didn't mention you. Canada, we'll throw you in there, right? Not as the 51st state, right? But as like North America, right? It's not competition, cooperation. And in this story, imagine, guys, it's a bar. There's competition for like companionship. But in this analogy, the attractive individual is not human. It's natural resources, limited resources. It's energy. It's farming land. It's clean water, guys. We're gonna be slaughtering each other soon if we don't change our way over these natural resources. That's what's represented by this attractive, right? Because they're so attractive, right? Those natural resources are so sexy. I would slaughter. I would slaughter. I would send cruise missiles into school buildings or right? No one meant to do that, guys. I hope. I'm assuming. But it's an unconfirmed target. Let's just say that. Let's say that if the central commander, the commander of U.S. Central Command, knew that was a school building, a building full of schoolgirls, brother, I would lose my faith. Ooh. Yeah, I don't think that happened. Let's just put it like that. I don't think that's the case. But it's a process that failed, right? Where's the statement? That's what I'm looking for, man. From leadership. I'm looking for leadership. We're craving leadership. I'm looking for leadership from the commander of Central Command, or your staff, right? It's not you. You're one human being. But task it out to your staff. Like, hey, we've gone long enough. Or maybe I'm wrong, guys. Someone Google it. Maybe he put out a statement already. I don't know. I don't watch a lot of social media, but when I Googled it, there wasn't an official statement by the commander of Central Command. And I think we desperately need that. Yeah, task it out to someone. You have some incredible people on your staff. I'm 1000% sure about that. I know people on your staff, sir. Yeah, I know. My brother's on your staff. Another great human being. Man, if you asked him, he's a colonel, like an 06 colonel, super high. Right, and that's all I'm gonna say, right? I don't want to like give people's identity away, but it's a high rank, guys. He's a capable guy. And I know he's ethical and he's moral, and it probably kills him, man. I don't know. I'm sure it hurts him. But if you test him, like, hey, Colonel, hey, this talking face on YouTube, like, giving me is making a recommendation that we put out an official statement if we haven't done it already. I know that's not your job. There's other people, there's other staff sections that are responsible for that, but this guy trusts you and he speaks up. And he speaks up about your character and your values, and that's enough for me. So I'm going to ask you, man, Colonel, right? It's a big difference, 4-star and a colonel. Big difference. But you're on my staff, and this dude knows you, and he vouches for you. Like, give me a draft of a statement about what happened, what went wrong, after action review, then produce an after action report. What the hell went wrong? Where is that accountability from Central Command, the organization responsible for sending a cruise missile into a school of beautiful school children? Where is the accountability? Transparency, right? Guys, let's clarify. I have no doubt this is happening. Right? I'm assuming whenever word got back to the commander of Central Command and his subordinate leaders and the primary staff member, I hope everyone was absolutely disgusted that such a mistake could be made. I would like to think, they have meetings, right? I would like to think this not admiral, right? Like a Navy, admirable, virtuous, the epitome of leader. Guys, I don't know this dude. I barely saw like video of him, but I guarantee you he's an exceptional leader because you don't get selected for multi-star positions without being an exceptional leader, a proven leader of character. And especially the 4-star rank, guys, there's only a limited number of those. They're special. they're special leaders, and are they all perfect all the time? No, they're human beings. But I would like to think that when word got to him, like, hey, sir, thinking of a staff member, like giving him the update, or maybe he got his update from the news. I don't know. Hey, sir, it's confirmed. It was one of our tomahawks that slammed into, and almost 200 school-age girls aren't. We took their life, sir. We took their life, and I would like to think that this commander of Central Command lost his composure and initiated internal, right? That's what I'm saying is I think this stuff's happening. I'm assuming, having been part of military organizations, I'm assuming these investigations are happening. What the hell happened? What the hell happened? And more than that, how can we prevent that from happening again? Because I tell you what, if you're part of a military and you're targeting innocent civilians, brother or sister, right? Non-gender, you are on the wrong side of the moral spectrum. You are on the. I'm careful about saying stuff, but in my mind, I may slip and use the word cockroach, and I'm not talking about. Let's look at it. I think cockroaches are incredible. They're beautiful. But when I'm talking, look at that. This guy's a survivor, man. I don't know. I don't really believe in reincarnation, but I don't know how bad you have to be reincarnated into a cockroach. Come on, man. You guys know what a cockroach looks like. I don't know what's wrong with my internet. German cockroaches, man. Yeah, I don't know how the German cockroaches, you guys speak the German language. I don't know. Anyway, I'm not talking, when I say cockroach, I'm talking about as a human being. We each have, right? It's the dichotomy of good versus evil. It's been going on since, if you believe in Adam and Eve or Cain and Abel, right? The very beginning of humanity, there's jerks among us, people with non-admirable qualities of violence and aggression and all that kind of stuff, guys. It's in everyone's soul. So when I'm talking about cockroach in someone's soul, that's what I'm talking about. Like, that's the negative part. I'm not talking about this guy. This creature is incredible. This creature is the product of millions of years of evolution. And you've heard that saying, we're on the brink, guy. You don't understand how close we are to nuclear exchange, nuclear war. We're close. We're too close. But you've heard the phrase, after World War III, the only thing that's going to be around is this survivor, this cockroach. This cockroach is going to be, he could be a German cockroach, right? Future species may owe their lineage to this single German cockroach that's going to reproduce the planet after we destroy ourselves. All right, guys. You know what? I've been running for a little bit. I'm going to take a pause, and I don't know how I'm going to take a pause in this, but I'm going to do it. Sorry, guys. Hey, I'm part of the sinful nature of current species of I don't know where the hell my camera is. Sorry, guys. You can't see. I thought it was my webcam, but you can't see it. But all it says is a digital watch. It says stressful day, high stress, high stress day today. You drained your battery. Like, yeah, I've been dealing with a lot of stress, and I know a lot of people are. And I practice methods of dealing with stress, and right now, one of those methods is trying trying to take a quick pause, and I'm gonna play some music. And if you guys want to copyright me or whatever, I don't know what the heck. Let's do it. I'm gonna play this one twice because I love it. No, you guys are gonna get too fired up listening to it. Listen to this guy. Yeah, cute. This is such an awesome song. And I'm gonna figure out. I'm just gonna go, guys. You're gonna just see the blank background. I'm wasting time just trying to like figure out how to pause this broadcast, but who cares? You guys don't care about that. Let's listen to this. I'm gonna put it on so you can see it.
I've been selling my soul, working all day.
Come on, man. Work with me,
overtime
technology.
hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away. Drag back home and drown my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you.
Look at this beautiful
Wish I
guy,
could
man.
just wake
He's
up
singing about some
and it not
frustrations.
be true, but
Hell
it
yeah, I
is.
feel you. Well, everyone feels you. Not all over the world. Everyone's feeling this kind of stuff. Listen to what he talks about miners on an island.
These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control.
Brother, I'm not trying to steal your music. Don't copyright me.
Wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for miners, and not just miners on an island somewhere. Lord, we got folks in the street, ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. Well, God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves 6 feet in the ground, 'cause all this damn country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an whole soul. These rich men north of Richmond, Lord knows they all just wanna have total control. Wanna know what you think, wanna know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, 'cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, 'cause the rich men, north of Richmond. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay.
So powerful music. How it evokes such powerful emotions. Hans Zimmer. If you guys never heard of Hans Zimmer, absolutely amazing musician, composer. Christopher Nolan too, as a, he directed this movie Interstellar. Like, across our species, guys, every life, right? Every life is so important. What if one of these, I keep talking about the schoolhouse, because that really impacted me. It's different, but every life, guys, every human life that is taken away by violence on a battlefield, being ordered to go to those battlefields by chicken hawk leaders of different nations. Yeah, I'm cautious, guys, of my word selection, so I'm gonna leave it there. It's a line, right? I don't want to be insulting, because there's great responsibility. The higher you go, the more responsibility there is. I understand that, and it's, it can be stressful and detrimental to your health, and I admire leaders that accept that burden to selflessly serve in positions of high authority and responsibility and power. I don't really like using the word power, because it's negative connotation to me. Like, power means like the strength to impose your will on other people. But you guys know what I'm saying. We have a lot of exceptional leaders too, right? You heard the phrase, you can't throw out the baby with the dirty bathwater. We have established systems. You can't just take a sledgehammer and destroy it and then think you can rebuild it. No, we have systems established. Every country does. Let's just refine it, improve it, make it better. And guys, I got scheduled events, and I'm kind of pressing up against them. I'm going to share something with you. Some of the, like, this was not a vision. I don't want to use the same word. What I wanted to do. Okay, so I'm taking us back to, I'm in Thailand. All this energy, guys. I'm on fire. My body's literally on fire. I'm getting like electrical bolts in my brain. Right? Like St. Teresa. Sorry, guys. Anyways, guys. Just close this. I'm going to get better, guys. I know, because I have empathy. It's one of the things that almost killed me is I'm very empathetic. So whenever I clear my throat, I imagine someone listening with like some speakers or headphones, and you hear some inexperienced, right? I'm not going to demean myself, but like an inexperienced person, not being responsible and considerate with the microphone. So I'm trying to be considerate with that, and I will get better. So I'm there in Thailand and in Bangkok, and we were at this retreat, and that night we went to the emergency room. I was at this meditation retreat for like a couple of hours, but it was phenomenal, and I have every intention of going back and learning what those spiritual leaders. I don't think they like to look at themselves as a leader. Monks and sisters, spiritual brothers and sisters, what they have to teach us, and I'm looking forward to experiencing that. Went to the emergency room, and then this inspiration, guys. Right? I'm not exaggerating. I don't know what else to call it. I was on fire. All these ideas, guys, I'm going to share it. Like, almost 24 hours straight, I was writing down. I have like a note-taking app on my phone, and I have a Galaxy, and it has a stylus. So I was like writing down note, like crazy things about, like, one example, guys. The 20th century was terrible. All the violence, right? 2 world wars. all the violence and destruction caused by organized violence, by war. Awful. But we made it through. We survived. As a species, right? As a planet, that's what we're talking about. Can we acknowledge that our survival as a species and as a planet is not guaranteed? I'm not talking about an asteroid, things that are out of our control. I'm talking about things that are very much in our control. I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about? Nuclear weapons. I'm talking about pollution. I'm talking about destroying our water, clean water. I'm talking about not being responsible with limited resources. That kind of stuff, guys. We're responsible for. We have the ability to shape so much of our own environment, and so much of the nastiness of modern society is hidden from most people. Now, we lived in these like polished living areas and these beautiful houses and suburban areas and skyscrapers and all that stuff, but there's a nasty side of society. And anyways, guys, I went down a different train of thought. No, I didn't. I'm going to make my point. The point is, we need strong leadership, leaders of character, leaders that collectively, at whatever level we decide, we put our faith in this individual to be our representative leader. That's what we need. Oof. So I'm there in Thailand. Oh, I wanted to give you an example of some of the stuff that's like destroying my soul. So my mother's Korean, and so I had this powerful vision. My mother is of the Korean people, right? She's from Seoul, born in Seoul, Korea. Sorry. And talking about the 20th century, that's why I brought it up, because there's scars of war. And the biggest scar that's still on the planet is the scar of the 38th parallel from the wars of our, I don't know, grandfathers, great-grandfathers. Yeah, the world wars. You know, there's still scars on our planet, and the biggest scar that I was focused on at that moment was the scar of the 38th parallel. And what do I mean by that? It's the Korean Peninsula, guys. The Korean Peninsula, the beautiful Korean people. Their society, their civilization, their ethnic group was split in half by some. I'm not going to call Roosevelt. No, I think it was Truman. Truman Roosevelt. You know, I'm not going to call those guys chicken hawks because it's a different time. But you know what I'm saying? Like politicians split up an entire people, and they're still divided. And I don't talk for all Korean. I'm not even Korean, all Korean myself. I'm like 50-50. I have a great video talking about race and how I was confused because I had to select my race. And I was 50-50, so I didn't know, like give some guidance, man. Like 50, do I have to be 51% to claim white? Do I want to claim white? And then I'm not Hispanic, not black. So the other option was like yellow. Watch the video, guys. It's funny. So I chose white, but I don't know, 50-50. Look at this. You see it's a scar, guys. It's a scar of the Korean people. And I was having visions. Sorry, I'm not too smart with it. I was having visions that, James, you have a voice, man. Use your voice. Use your voice to like, I don't know a good analogy. It's not putting a Band-Aid on the scar. To heal. That's a great analogy. Like, James, use your voice. Like mobilize, inspire people to heal this last remaining scar of the terrible wars of the 20th century. If you guys understand what happened, how did Korea get divided? It's because U.S. leadership, right? You have all these major world powers. They're marching across the world, and you're splitting up the entire globe into spheres of influence. And I have every belief that this decision was made with good intention, but it wasn't well thought out, and it's not just. We talked about justice. It's not just. And I don't think the decision makers at that time thought that the Korean peoples would be divided forever. In fact, part of that agreement was they're going to have elections, and the Korean people are going to determine their own national level leadership. But in the meantime, we're going to split along the 38th parallel, influence between the Soviet Union, the communists, and the Western forces, the democratic nations. I'm not going to give a whole history lesson, but it breaks my heart. Like, families were divided. But it's a beautiful people, the Korean people, and not just because I've been there, or I'm half Korean, right? I have served with the Korean Army for a year. Yeah, that's my point, guys. I was getting these visions of like grand things, like use your voice, use technology, James. Like the creator, Mr. or Mrs. YouTube created this incredible capability, and we aren't using it to its full capacity. And I was having these visions, moments of inspiration, James. Right? It's not about ego. It's just a voice. James, you have a voice based on your upbringing, right? In a small rural community in the U.S. It's not about nation, right? With the path that I took, you have a voice, your intelligence, your education, your values. Use your voice, man. You're more valuable than just living like a social media influencer, going to these different countries and making Instagram reels and wanting likes. I'm not judging people, right? If that's your purpose. We all need something to get us out of bed in the morning. And that's what I'm saying is I lost that purpose. And literally, I was having difficult times getting out of bed. Let's do it. I think now it's time to talk about this message. So all this stuff, guys, right? It's overwhelming, like pages and pages in my digital notebook. Right? India and Pakistan, I had a powerful vision that I organized, right? It's absurd. It's absurd. I know. Don't accuse, hey, you're crazy. No, I had a vision that by using technology and mobilizing the Indian people, the people of India, right? I'm just thinking, for some idiotic reason, not idiotic, right? The initial explorers, when they reached the Americas, they thought they were in India, so they named the population Indians. But damn, like no one bothered to change it down the road when they figured out they weren't in India. I don't understand, guys. Like we're not guilty for the sins of our forefathers, right? That generational guilt, get rid of it. There's people in the U.S. as an example. They carry guilt for slavery. Yeah, if you ever had a slave, you should feel guilty because only a cockroach, a human being with like a big cockroach part of their soul would ever want to enslave another human being. I think we can all agree on that as a baseline, right? But we carry a lot of generational guilt. Like, get rid of it, guys, right? Even if you do the genealogy and you figure out like, ooh, my forefather was a plantation. Who cares if your forefather was a plantation owner? That's not you. That's not in your blood. You're responsible for your own life actions. You're responsible for your own spirit and your own morality and your own life journey. Get rid of generational guilt. Yeah, these are the kind of issues that we want to discuss as part of this human values community. I'm just going to get into this message, guys. I hope by now I've earned just a little bit at least of your trust. I hope you can see or feel, yeah, this guy's genuine. This guy's sincere. This guy has a good soul. This guy's got a good educational background, right? I'm not the smartest smartest dude out there, but I have a broad education, and it's not stopping, right? Every day you gotta learn stuff. And I'm excited to learn stuff every day. And I'm gonna get to my point about this message, and then I gotta go. I'm gonna say it, guys. I'm gonna tell you from my perspective what happened. And I hope you feel by now, I'm not a liar. I don't like that name, liar. I don't have deceit in my heart. I don't have fraud in my soul. What you see and what you hear is what you get, and it's what there is. We had a president, a law degree, law background, very well spoken, very charismatic. And he got into some trouble, and he got some heat. And, someone asked him something about the offense he had allegedly committed. And you know what his response was? Look it up, it's true. This brilliant guy, he was a Rhodes Scholar. Brilliant guy, well spoken. Hopefully generally well intended and has a positive, good soul. I hope so. But when he was being questioned about his alleged criminal activity or immoral activity, he said it depends what your definition of is. If you can't trust your language that you use, like we need to reinvent a language that we can trust. It depends what your definition of is. Oh my gosh. I don't want to go down the road of lawyers because, you need lawyers to help you out and stuff. But there's a famous movie. It was a group of lawyers. All right, this guy said, hey, how many in here? There's like a group of like 20, 30 people. How many people in here have a law background? And like, 2/3 of them raise their hands. And they said, what did you learn from studying law, dedicating your life to law? And one of the lawyers raised his hand and he said, learning about law made me distrustful about language. If you're blaming the lack of trust on language, man, we need to invent a new language. Maybe artificial intelligence can help us invent a new language that we can't manipulate to bend the truth. Yeah, that's enough on that. So I'm going to tell you from my perspective what happened, guys. And then, I'll tell you, like, I lost track of reality. And even in my memory, I don't remember, like, what happened before that. Like, I remember this moment so clearly. I don't remember what I was doing before. If I come out of the shower or got back from eating, I don't know, but I remember clearly. So I lost my mind, I had this intense inspiration. Our intent going into Thailand was, one, I had to reset my tourist visa. And two, I wanted to attend this meditation retreat. And I only stayed at that meditation retreat for a few hours before we went to the emergency room. And this inspiration was so powerful. I told my partner, like, you can stay here at the meditation retreat, but I'm so inspired right now to like start my mission, my life's purpose of doing some of this stuff we were talking about, of protecting innocent children, the lives of innocent children, of reuniting the Korean people, these massive efforts like that. I was so inspired to start. But only one problem, guys. We live in a digital age, and I had my phone, but I didn't bring my laptop. So the first place I went, I told this girl, my partner, I have to get to the Apple store in Bangkok to get a computer. Oh man, it's such a funny story, but like I said, I gotta get to my point. So in a craze, I went to this Apple store and I told this sweet, beautiful soul sales lady named JJ. And she saw I was distraught, guys. I was shaking, visibly shaking. You could see it in some of the videos I posted. I was going through. I was going through some stuff. And this sweet, sweet lady came approach me with such professionalism and kindness in her heart. I could tell, like, yeah, she's a beautiful. When I say beautiful, guys, I'm not talking about physical attractiveness, right? I don't know why we have to sexualize everything. Like her beautiful soul. And I told sweet JJ, I told her, like, task condition standards. I was clear with what I wanted and why I needed it. I told her, JJ, I need the best computer that Apple makes because I need to live stream. And in my mind, I was going to live stream to the world. And I told her, I said the stupidest phrase. I said, money. I didn't say money's not maybe I said like money's no issue because, thankfully I have a credit card. And I said, I probably need a laptop, right? A desktop, probably not best for me. I'm not gonna like hand carry that thing through the airport back to Vietnam. And so I said, take me to the laptops. And I said, I want that one. And it's like expensive, guys. I went into some debt getting this computer because I needed to save the world. It was a MacBook Pro. And it was like over I don't even know how much it was. I just threw my credit card and I said, I want the best. And I looked her in the eye, sweet JJ, and I said, is this the best for live streaming? I don't even know what that sentence means. Is this the best for live streaming? And in JJ's good natured heart, I think she saw like, hey, this dude's about to like throw down some money and he just needs it for live streaming. I'm gonna like steer him towards a cheaper option. And that's what she did. Like with good intention, she said, how about this one? And I kind of snapped at her because I was on edge. Like I said it a lot of times to my partner, I'm on the edge of sanity and insanity. And I was terrified. I was losing my mind. And I was on the edge in the Apple store. And I snapped, right? Nothing disrespectful, but like not a friendly demeanor. Let's put it that way. I had an unfriendly demeanor with sweet JJ because I was clear I wanted the best. And she steered me towards a cheaper option to save me money. And I snapped at her. I said, no, I want that one. And I startled her. Anyways, guys, I looked her in the eyes later and I apologized. And I said, JJ, like, I apologize for being abrupt with you. And she saw, like, something's going on with this dude. And I looked at her. And guys, Ranger qualified. I've proven it to myself. Like, I've been through hurdles and obstacles and combat, life or death situations, like physical stuff, all that kind of stuff, right? Like I got nothing to prove to anybody. But I was standing as a vulnerable human being in this Apple store in front of sweet JJ. And, some of her colleagues were like getting my purchase ready and packaging it up and stuff. And I had tears streaming down my face and they're about to start again. And I looked into her soul, right? When you look into someone's eyes deeply enough, you feel like you're looking into their soul, and she had a beautiful soul, and tears streaming down my face, this, right, I'm average size, right, but still, compared to her, I was probably pretty big. Big veteran, combat veteran, crying in the Apple store. And I looked her in the eyes and I said, JJ, do you ever have the feeling sometimes that you don't know what's going on? And at that moment, I did not know what's going on. Yeah, so I got a computer, guys. And it's this computer that I'm streaming with, and I love it. And I get super frustrated with some Appleisms. Like, it's different than what I'm used to with a normal Windows computer, but I love it. So it's this computer. I got it brand new, right? And I don't know when this happened. This story that I'm about to, not this story, this moment. I don't know exactly when it happened. Like I was out of it, and we're getting into what I remember clearly in the hotel room. Like I lifted the lid up. Right, let's say like sometimes you're 100% in control, right? Now I'm in 100% in control, and I hope you are too. But sometimes you lose control. But at that time when I was like lifting up the lid, I was probably like 30% control, like going through the motions. And then, this beautiful screen. You guys saw my screensaver. You saw my screensaver. This beautiful planet, or this beautiful planet that I think collective we're killing. I don't know. I can't trust where's the scientific community? Why can't we get consensus and urgency? Like, hey, as a species, we are killing this planet, or hey guys, we're not killing that planet. Just tell us the freaking truth. Sorry guys, I know that wasn't a curse word, but it was unnecessary. I'm trying to improve my speech. Tell us the truth. We deserve it. We demand the truth. Yeah, we're gonna explore some of that stuff. Here we go, guys. Sorry about that. Look at this beautiful place. You guys think it's an exaggeration that, I'm not gonna assume what you think, but I don't think we're, I don't think we're in a good place as a civilization and as a co-inhabitant, right? The human species, we aren't the only species on this planet. All right, we have a responsibility because we're at the top in terms of intellect. Probably not in terms of morals and stuff. Like, you see animals like caring for each other and stuff like that. And sometimes, some humans don't do that. But you guys know what I'm saying? There's some beautiful creatures on this planet that we're responsible for, and we're failing them too, and we're failing our entire species. And that was one of the points I was going to talk to you about life. Not the purpose, guys. The how precious and rare life is. We think this planet is so massive because I'm sitting in an apartment right now, and right, it's kind of big. I'm comfortable. And then, that's the scale that we put it on, guys. But if you put it on terms of a galactic scale, the scale of the universe, we're a tiny, insignificant speck. Less than that. I don't have the words to describe how insignificant, in terms of mass, this planet Earth is. But in terms of the preciousness and the miracle of life, this is it. I'm getting chills talking about it, guys. Stop assuming there's life on other planets. That's idiotic, right? Maybe there is, but who cares? No, who cares? You know what I'm saying? There's a push to like, hey, we need to be a extraplanetary species and go to another. We got a planet right here. Let's invest that energy and that capital and those resources in taking care of the planet that we're on. And it's like life, guys. People are talking about worried about getting hit by asteroids. It's like life. Like, think about the analogy of the asteroid in your personal life is like a cancer being the asteroid. We don't know if we're going to get hit with the cancer asteroid, right? There's nothing we can do. We just like try to be healthy and stuff. Try to prevent that as best they can. But if something happens where we can't control it and our planet's wiped out, who cares? Like, we can't worry about that kind of stuff. Let's use resources to like save the planet. The one known planet in the entire universe that we know can sustain life. I had all this like vision, and maybe I'm going to make it still because I think it's a beautiful vision, but the progression of planet Earth from molten rock to like I still don't know how much water got on Earth. I know I'm going on a tangent, guys, but it's important. People don't understand how rare life is. Rare. The word rare doesn't do life. The experience of life, the creation of life, justice. To say life is rare, yeah, we got to invent another word because it's virtually impossible for life to exist. Anyways, guys, I was going down that road about life, and I had a path of where I wanted to go. Life at the microbe level, right? That's where life began, at the single cell organ. How the hell did that happen? Sorry, guys. The exact conditions on a planet that has to exist in order for life to, right? I believe life was a result of creation, because I don't think any scientist, no matter how smart they are, how many resources no one's going to be able to recreate life, organic life, right? Maybe you can say digital life, artificial intelligence. I'm talking about organic life, even a single cell organism. I don't think you can, you guys know what I'm saying. But over millions of years, whether you believe in Adam and Eve, the creation of Adam and Eve, or evolution, but I think over millions of years, a single cell organism like evolved. Billions of years, billion with a B. We can't fathom like time on that scale. Like, I don't know, trillions of generations of reproducing and mutations. And anyways, we get to where we're at right now, guys. It's so damn precious. And then I was going to talk about how all life's precious, right? The life of a COVID virus is less precious, right, than a human life or a life of a dog or whatever, right? It's a scale. That's all I was going to walk us through. And then at the tippy top is a human life. It is, right? I hope there's not one human being out there, again, going back to our mental exercise. If you had the choice of choosing, what everyone loves, like dogs have a beautiful heart. If you had a choice of choosing between a beautiful dog and a human being stranger, I hope everyone would choose to save the life of it. It'd be a difficult decision. I hope you're never in that predicament where you have to choose between a dog and a human being, because I know some people would really struggle with that. But I hope, I hope, I hope there's not another human being who would not choose to save the life of another fellow human being over the life of an animal. That's what I'm saying. Right? So that's the tippy top is human beings. And then you start zooming, right? And that knob, keep down, keep going, let's go. You keep dialing it in, right? And then you talk about like people you're close with, tribalism, all that kind of stuff, But at the tippy top of human life, you know where I'm going, you feel it. It's children. It's the innocence of children, and not based on nationality or, right, disability. All children. That's the tippy top of the most precious life in the entire universe is children. And if we can't protect children, no, 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 no. We must protect children. Yeah, we must protect children. And I don't know, right? I don't know how much influence this is going to have. Maybe nothing, guys. But no, not nothing. Whoever sees it, even if it's one person, you're going to feel it in your soul. You're going to feel what I'm feeling. I'm sure of that. And if it's just one person, brother or sister, or I know my mom's watching too, so brother, sister, or mom, we're gonna do it together. We're gonna try to make we're gonna try to organize positive change, and not just words, more than words. Right? That's something else that came through my brain when I was going through this moment of inspiration in my life. More than words. 2 minutes, too much yapping. Too much yapping, not enough action. And aggression, violence, offensive wars, that's not the action that our planet needs. So I'm sitting there at my computer and, this is all, right? Yeah, I see it through my eyes. Like my hands are going to the keyboard, but I'm like, little by little, I was 30% in control of my body, and I'm getting less and less, guys, and it's freaking me out. And can you imagine if you were in that position? Like, it's like I, I, you know, I'll mention it. It's like I could imagine like ALS or like stroke victims, like when you're all here, but you can't control your physical body. And like, what a terrible, awful disease like ALS. If you don't know what it is, it's a neurological disease when like all your nerves start like deteriorating or something. You like lose control of every muscle. And sometimes, like Stephen Hawking is an example of he could communicate because he had like a tiny nerve in his like eyelid or something that he could control like a computer. But yeah, can you imagine being trapped in your physical body, but your mind's all there? Awful. But don't fear it. There's nothing you can do about it. That's not why I'm mentioning it. I'm mentioning it because at that moment, that's what I felt like something was taking over my body, and my hands were reaching out to the computer. And right, my teacher in grade school taught me like, hey, this is where you put your hands on the keyboard, right? So that my hands went to that position on the keyboard, and with every moment, less and less control of my body, and my fingers started moving and shaking. And man, I'm gonna open this message now, and we're gonna go through it. But the first sentence, when I read that, like my heart, it was an experience of such intensity. Just remember that beautiful. So let's look at it again, guys. The beautiful statue by Bernini called the Ecstasy of Saint Teresa, and it's not talking about, right? Obviously, ecstasy has a connotation of drugs because there's a popular drug called ecstasy, or it's sexualized too. But like, this is not talking about that. This is a beautiful spiritual moment where, and I don't even know too much about it, but this nun or this woman, maybe she's a saint. She was describing what that felt like to be pierced by the Holy Spirit. Let's zoom in on this. To be pierced by the Holy Spirit. And that's what I felt like. I'm not saying that's what happened, guys. I have my own internal. I'm not saying that's what happened. Don't say like this dude's like saying the Holy Spirit pierced him with an arrow. That's not what I'm saying, guys. Chill, right? I'm saying clearly. That's what it felt like. To me, that's what it was. I'll put it like, to me, that's what this experience was, and I'm gonna show you why. But I want us to admire this for a moment. So I typed out. I'm just gonna open the message, guys. And I said I tapped it. It's just my body. So my hands, I saw, like, I felt it. I was probably looking at the screen, but I felt, little by little losing control, and character by character, I saw dot 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 dot. I didn't hear it like a typewriter, but you know how it's like a slow progression. Whoever was took over my body was typing, like he wasn't a fast typer, he or she. But and then I lost consciousness, meaning I'm going to be real careful with my words, guys. I don't remember anything else of this message after the first line. Maybe the first few words of the line, I don't know. Until the very last powerful, and we're going to see it. And I had chills reading it. And I know what it means, like literal, right? Words have meanings. I know what the words mean. I don't know spiritually, religiously, theologically. I don't know what it means. Or maybe I do. I'm not going to interpret it. I'm just going to show you this message. And I'm going to share some insight as we're going through this message. And we've been running, guys. That's what I'm talking about. I had a vision, guys. I had a vision during this moment of inspiration that I'm going to set up a YouTube live stream. And with the intent of bringing attention to some serious issues across the world. And I thought about it, man. Like people, I don't know any examples of people starving themselves to death, but people go on hunger strikes and to bring awareness to stuff. And I thought about do it, James. You got some love handles anyways, man. Just go on a hunger strike and just stay live on YouTube and start talking about this stuff. Start researching, start bringing a light to stuff. what I believe is that everything I went through physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, this loss of purpose, this, oh man, I almost forgot, guys. I almost forgot. Yeah, you probably, some people may think, oh, this guy's another religious. No, no, guys. During this moment of spiritual crisis for me, there was one night in this 5-star hotel room in Bangkok. I don't know how to say it. I actively sought God out. I don't want to say confrontation. It was impassionate. I don't know if that's a word. It was impassioned. It was desperate. I desperately sought God's presence in my life, and the implication was if I didn't feel something or see some sort of sign that right then and there I was going to commit myself, right? As committed as religious fanatics are to I was going to commit myself to being a non-believer more than they are committed to their specific religion. If at that moment, because I was so desperate, if I didn't get a sign, excuse me. And guess what, guys? The most amazing, no, not amazing. Yeah, guess what happened? Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Silence. And I had this whole dialogue and conversation with, right? If God was in the room, like I was hitting him with facts. And one of the things I told God was, you've been absent. God, you've been absent for 2,000 years, right? And I was using strong language, guys. When I talk about cockroaches, I'm not talking about the beautiful cockroaches that hide behind the refrigerator. So I'm talking about like human beings that have cockroach souls. I was so upset at God. Maybe I imagined that he was in front of me. Like, look at him in his soul. God, I'm so disappointed in you. Because you created human beings in your image. And I question if that's, if God created men and women, right? Non-gender, and humans in his image. And I don't mean to say gender too. And God's, I'm trying to get better, right? We don't know God's gender. So I'm just trying to say God. And excuse me if I assume God has male genitalia. That kind of stuff's not important to me. When I meet God, I'm not gonna I'm not gonna ask how God identifies in terms of gender, based on human definition of gender or biological, whatever, guys. You know what I mean. So I was screaming, "You've been absent, right, from the planet. Like 2,000 years ago, you had all these like prophets and angels coming down to sorry, right, like virgin birth and all that stuff happened like 2,000 years ago. And, I questioned God. It hadn't happened, and it didn't happen to me that night. And so I was a firm non-believer, and I want to play this video for you because I captured. You guys think I'm like some kind of, not you guys, some people could accuse me of being like an evangelical, I'm not judging anyone's faith. But you know what I'm saying? There's people that kind of like go beyond the edge of faith and go into fanaticism, and that's what some people may accuse me of, kind of being on that edge of fanaticism. No, my brother or sister, that moment in my life, I was, if there's any atheists out there watching this, like join the community, the human values. It's non-religion, non-national. It's just all all humans. But at that moment, I was the most devoted atheist among our species. I guarantee you that. And you think I don't have, you think I'm just using words? I'm going to show you some proof right now. Who's that handsome guy? That guy's beautiful. Hey, you guys want to hear a, man, I keep going sidetrack. You want to hear a cool story? In a million years, you'd never guess where I am right here. And maybe I'm not, right? But there's a lot of I served in Saudi Arabia for 2 years, and there's a lot of archaeological evidence that's kind of being uncovered where Mount Sinai, right? The mountain where Moses, oh, that's Jesus, where Moses, he marched up to engage with God, and he received the 10 Commandments. And then he got a little fussy when he came back down, right? He hauled this heavy 10 Commandments in stone. You know how heavy that is? Imagine, right? You guys know, like a small rock like that big, how heavy that can be. This dude must have been a beast carrying the 10 Commandments carved in stone. And then he saw his followers like worshiping. It's these kind of stories I don't understand in the Bible, like silly. But, the God of the Israelites saved them from enslavement. And according to the Old Testament, they got, the Israelites say that they got bored and they started worshiping like golden calves or whatever. And Moses came down like a beast, like carrying this massive 10 Commandment block down. And he saw his people like singing, dancing, and doing a lot of like worshiping other gods and stuff. And he got fussy. And he probably did like a good form, like lifted it, like I would like to imagine he probably like just like yelled too, like a roar, like a powerful leader, like you don't know what this stone is. You don't know what this stone is that I carried down from the top of Mount Sinai, but I'm about to smash it in front of you because I'm so angry. And then he smashed it, and this dude, Moses, man. He had proof of God's existence, right? Because I don't think anyone was gonna accuse or think that Moses carved the 10 Commandments into the stone tablet, and so it was like proof for humanity that look, God existed. And I saw him in a burning bush, guys. You don't believe me, but I'm not crazy. I saw him in a burning bush, and I don't know why that's significant, but the bush was burning, and I was getting hot and stuff because it was putting off heat, and I don't know where the stone tablet appeared from. I think in the book of the movie Moses, I think it's like the Holy Spirit was like just like carving, like Michelangelo, like just carving stone, and he carved these 10 rules that all mankind will follow. Right? There's only 10, right? That's not a big deal, guys. If you look at legislation books now, like 10 rules. And so Moses had proof, like the God of Yahweh, the God of the Israelites, the God of, right? It's not just select people, it's the creator, the God of the universe, the creator of the universe. Stay with me, guys. He had proof in his hands, and he got down and he saw his people like they were acting like social media influencers going wild, right? Like there used to be like college girls gone wild. It's like Israelites gone wild. Like he saw they were going wild, and then he smashed the 10 Commandments. And they're somewhere out there, I guess. Indiana Jones still like out there looking. Anyways, guys, move on. So that's where I was in that picture. I don't know where. I don't know. Maybe that's a sign to like drive on. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe that's a sign I don't drive around. You guys feel like that? Sometimes you get signs, but then I think there's no possible way the Holy Spirit's gonna like give a sign. I'm like, hurry up, talking, dude. Like, he's busy or something. No, stuff just happens, guys. That's something that I never understood about religion too. Is like how It's gonna sound bad, guys, but stick with me. How God gets the credit for all the good stuff and Satan gets the credit for all the bad stuff. It doesn't make sense. Like, just good stuff happens to bad people sometimes, and bad stuff happens to good people. That's just the way. That's another video I wanted to make. Just War. I want to talk about Just War, and I want to make a donation. If you can see the title of this folder, I want to make a donation to the school that got destroyed and to their families. But there's like, I researched it. There's sanctions and stuff because we're at war. All right, here we go, guys. I'm sorry. I want to play this video. All right. I want to play this video, guys, because this is me on the top of Mount Sinai. So that's what I was saying. There's a lot of archaeological evidence that whoa, we don't know this kind of stuff, guys. Like we don't know where the actual Mount Sinai. It's all like based on archaeology and our best guess and that kind of stuff. And I'm not so sure it matters. And I'm not saying this affirms that this is where the actual Mount Sinai, where Moses went up, not allegedly, but according to scripture, went up and got, had an interaction with God. Sorry, guys. It's kind of along the same. 1 second, guys. I'm gonna grab a Mentos, and they come in this like aluminum case, and I don't wanna clanky clank. I'm not affirming that this is like the. Who knows? What I'm sharing with you is there is I take it as a spiritual moment, and I'm not big into like numerology, but uh, there are like sets of numbers that I think hold spiritual importance, like 333. If you catch yourself kind of looking at the clock and it says 333, I kind of what that means. Sorry, I'm gonna try to stop saying sorry too, because I'm not really sorry. Just it's an accident. The number 333, a lot of especially in terms of Christianity, represents the Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, or right non-gender out of it. How would we say God, Messiah, Holy Spirit? That's a non-gender way of saying that. But in this case, I'm going to show you what happened. It was such a smoker, guys. I mean, I told you I'm a fit guy, and went through like Ranger School, and you're like a pack mule after that, like carrying heavy packs, like close to, no exaggeration or elaboration for me, just truthfully. You start carrying packs close to 100 pounds with ammunition, food, water, and clothes, extra boots, all that kind of stuff, winter gear. So you're a pack animal after that. But I'm telling you, like this hike going up Mount Sinai was a smoker, and there were some times I wanted to quit, but my buddy Matthew was there to like keep me going. Sometimes we need that. Sometimes I'm that for someone else, and sometimes I need that for me too. But we made it to the peak. And the reason why it's so psychological is because if you go hiking, it's just weird, right? Like your perspective, you're going up a hill, and they're called like false summit. And so like 2 or 3 times, guys, we're like, man, we're at the tippy top. And we were not at the tippy top, and that's why, right? I'm not weak. It wasn't a moment of weakness. It was a moment of frustration. Like, my gosh, another false summit. But finally, we got to the top, and my buddy Matt, that's what you're gonna see. He sat down because it's a smoker. Our feet were burning, and our legs were burning. And I looked around and I saw like a spot, like a stone, a little bit higher than everything else. So I went and stood on that stone, guys, and I was just talking, taking footage for my family because I like to communicate with my family and share my life experiences with them because we don't all get to experience the same life experiences, but we can share in each other's life experiences, and I wanted to share this one with them. And then as I was talking and looking around this gorgeous landscape, this is in Saudi Arabia, guys. I looked at my watch and it had an altimeter elevation reading, and the number 777 0, like not right, not point 0.1, point 0.2, point 0.3, like just like perfection in terms of numerology. If that number has any significance, I don't know. I looked it up. Like people hold value to that, but maybe people in Las Vegas, right? Those slot machines like 777. To me, it's not jackpot. It doesn't have a meaning of jackpot. It's a spiritual meaning. 777, 333. Not so much for any other number. Like, yeah, 666 has, it has a negative meaning, like Mark of the Beast and stuff. I don't know where all this stuff comes from, guys, but it's just part of our culture. But like 111, like stuff like that doesn't have any meaning to me at all. But I looked down on my watch at this specific spot at the peak of a mountain that could be the Mount Sinai where Moses talked to God. And guess what my watch said? Let's see. Oh, I told you guys already. Sorry, I spoiled the surprise. All right. Made it up Mount Sinai. 7,770 feet. Which that's kind of cool, huh? Like 777 supposed to be a holy number. My buddy Matt. See view of the valley down there. A little hazy today.
I have my base camp set up down there.
Got Joshua there. Joshua, 777 supposed to be a holy number, right?
It is.
That's what the altitude is, 7,770 feet.
Wow.
According to my watch, anyways.
That's pretty cool.
Right? Yeah, maybe that doesn't have much significance to you, but and maybe for me too at that moment it's like I don't know. Maybe in the future you could take a million different hikers that make it up to that spot with a million different watches and altimeters and stuff, and it's never going to read the same thing. But at that moment, because it was kind of a spiritual journey too. In fact, our organizational chaplain, right? Like military organizations, they typically have a spiritual leader assigned at different levels, and our organizational chaplain is the one that like led this. And I think in the Red Sea, right, where Moses was supposed to part the Red Sea, he baptized some people and stuff, and it was a good spiritual experience. So yeah, I was looking for this video and I saw the other video I shared, but I hope you enjoyed that story, right? Maybe it means nothing, but maybe it means something. But I'm thinking about like don't get we can't get caught up in like omens and stuff like that. Remember back in the day they used to like talk about like if chickens like lay a certain amount of egg, like it means this, or it's not about that, guys. It's about like that number at that moment, at that time, at the exact altitude of being on the tallest rock. Uh, it was significant to me. That's why I shared it. But this is the video I wanted to share, and I'm telling you, like all these famous people, like Bill Maher, he's an outspoken atheist. I really don't understand that, guys. Like people that claim to be an atheist, like maybe agnostic, right? Like, I don't know. I was at that point for a lot of my life. I don't know. And I think that's when it came to a head is that night alone in a hotel room on the edge of sanity and insanity, my body physically, neurologically breaking down. And that night, I needed God's presence in my life. And according to this dude in the video, I didn't get it. And so I was a firm believer in that not unknown. Like, I was 1,000% certain God didn't exist. A creator didn't exist because at that moment, a good man, a good servant, a good follower needed God in his life. And God was not there at that moment. But I did actively seek God. Let's watch it. Let's watch this guy. This is like an hour. This is a section of an hour-long video, and it's powerful. I don't know if I'm ever going to share. I probably will because it's powerful. But I was on edge, and I was using a lot of strong language. Right, I was using a lot of curse words, and so I put this video through AI, and it like helps clean out the curse word, and because it would have been too many guys to like do manually, like to edit video with this many curse words. That's why I was never going to share because I was ashamed of the strong language I was using because it doesn't represent me as a human being. Curse words, and so I was never going to share it. But this AI program like chopped through it in a few minutes, and then guess what the summary was? It said 351 curse words were cleared out of this. So if it's awkward, it's because it took out some curse words. Let's go. Again, this is to emphasize. Obviously, you guys get the point. There's something kind of spiritual coming up. I keep talking about a message. What's this guy talking about? I'm going to tell you. But I want you to know, and I want you to understand, and I want you to look in my eyes. At this moment in my life, there was not another human being that was a more active non-believer, a more devoted non-believer than me, and you're gonna see it.
Let's go, dude. I don't know if you could see this blood, but it's everywhere. Oh, God, man, I'm hot, dude. You never seen me like this, man. I'm gonna go get some tissue because my blood's blowing out of my nose. I'm gonna get some tissue, dude. Here's some right here. What a miracle, man. Life's amazing. All right, man. I'm gonna have right. Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. Oh, man. I'm not gonna tell you how I believe it, dude. But I was at a vulnerable point yesterday, and I was begging, dude. I was begging for I didn't even ask for the big boss, right? I wasn't asking for the God of Abraham. I would take anyone in that organization above us. Right? I was alone in a hotel room. Anyone could have came in that organization, right? I told you get ready, dude. I told you I'm coming in hot, man. And then I didn't expect how hot. I didn't know I was gonna be blowing blood out of my nose, man. I'm sorry. So yesterday I was vulnerable, man. I was talking to like any representative of this hierarchy above us, right, in heaven or whatever you call it, dude, right? I wish some stuff like that existed, but in my reality, it does not, man. Because yesterday I was like, anyone. I'm not even asking for the God of Abraham, dude. I know you're busy, man. You've been busy for 2,000 years, but anybody, dude, send any, I know like Gabriel's probably busy. Like all these angels, they're all busy like 2,000 years ago. And then they're like Daniel Day-Lewis, man. They all retired, right? But I hope they're like Daniel Day-Lewis and sometime they'll pull out they'll come back out. Hey, but it didn't happen to me for me last night. And I was vulnerable. And so I'm a firm believer in what I believe, and you be a firm believer in what you believe, and you can tell me about what you believe anytime, man. I'm interested, but don't push it on me, man, because I'm gonna push back hard. I'm gonna push back hard, okay? But Jesus Christ, Jesus Christ, I got my own beliefs, dude. I think I'm talking to air, man.
Sorry, guys, I'm getting better about managing webcam and stuff. It's not my. I'm not trained for this kind of stuff. I'm doing my best. I'm just. I'm doing my best. That's all we can do. But what do you think of that video? Is there any doubt? Right? Is there any doubt? Impossible for anyone watching that to have any doubt that the man in that video did not believe in the existence of a divine creator. Let's go. I think it's time. You guys curious about this message? You guys know who this is? No, of course not. It's it's an artist representation of somebody. Like no one knows what Jesus looked like. I don't know if respect's the right. I admire that part of the Islamic faith. Like no follower of the Islamic faith or anyone else, right? It's intolerable, unacceptable for anybody without consequences, and that consequences shouldn't be death, guys. Jeez, right? But they take it serious, is what I'm saying. They don't allow anyone to portray the Prophet Muhammad um, in any way. You guys know what I'm saying, right? There's no paintings and drawings of Muhammad, and I respect that because people start thinking about what tone, like what shade of darkness, right? On a scale, guys, if you have the darkest, blackest, beautiful human skin on one side, and on the other side you have the whitest, brightest, maybe albino, I don't know, human skin on the other spectrum. It's all beautiful, guys, because we're all human. No one knows uh, what's skin tone the actual Jesus have. And let's talk about Jesus, guys. I'm gonna zoom in, all right? Not because this represents, I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like idolatry, like people worship. There's crucifixes everywhere. It's kind of morbid, but I understand. It's to like, hey, this is the sacrifice, but it's like symbolism and stuff. Like, my point is, and we're gonna see soon. I think we should focus more on the message of the spiritual teacher of a man named Jesus, the meaning of his messages than symbolism of like, man, this is a beautiful painting and I love it. And then, there's a spiritual value in it. But you know what I'm saying? We need to emphasize the message. You guys heard me talk about the God of Abraham. Because they're called, I'm not an expert. I never studied like theology. I just try to like inform myself. But the Abrahamic religions, right? Like first you have Judaism and Noah and all that stuff happened. And then you had a spiritual Jew. And guess what, guys? Historians, like serious historians like Josephus and Tacitus, and he's referenced in multiple historiographies and historical works. So most, I'd say the majority of historians believe it's more likely than not that a spiritual leader named Jesus existed, and like he lived around the Middle East, Israel, and all that stuff. Man, we're gonna keep running, guys, because we're getting into the good stuff. But I mentioned the God of Abraham. Can you imagine, guys, the majority of human beings alive right now are believers in the same God, the same divine creator. Can you imagine how disgusted, sick the God of Abraham is watching us, watching his creation, right? The scale of human life from single cell organism, multi-cell organism, all the way up to amoebas, all the way up to fish, to amphibians, growing legs, like going deeper and deeper away from the seawater until you get bipedal, mammals that walk on two legs, the human beings, right? The tippy top, guys. The tippy top of creation. Can you imagine how disgusted the God of Abraham would be? Would be, is, right? Gotta be careful, guys. There's no reality that I can think of where a divine creator would be proud of the human species overall. Overall, guys. But individually, man, there's some incredible, beautiful, right? Like he's probably like, not he, guys, God, the God of Abraham. He's probably so excited, right? Not wishing your death, but he's excited, like in the afterlife, to like meet you and talk to you and have an interaction because he's been observing how good you are and how pure you are, and likewise, the cockroaches among us. He's probably. We're gonna go through this, guys. Jeez, I think I've been talking for 30 minutes, but more than 30 minutes. Yeah, omnipresent, omnipotent. We're going to talk about that in a second. Right? That's that confrontation I was having. And people, they lay out this logical, philosophical flow chart, right? Like is God evil? That goes all the way down. Like, how does God like allow evil to exist? Like the existence of evil must mean God is evil. No, I don't believe that. I don't think that's the case. I think I believe in free will. I believe in free will, and there's a theological discussion. Saint Augustine talked about the concept of original sin, like a little baby when it's feeding on its mother's breast. Hey, little dude, little girl, you had enough milk, chill. But the little baby's born with like original greed, and it's like wants more and more and more. And like we carry that all the way here, and now you see like human beings through our capitalistic systems have reached the tippy top of capitalism, and the amount of wealth and resources they're hoarding is unimaginable. And maybe they have good souls. I don't know. I don't judge. I try not to, right? We all do subconsciously, but right? Let's give them the benefit of that doubt that they have a good soul, and they're trying to do things for the betterment of society at large. And it just so happened, whatever process they invented or process or product, it's made them filthy rich. There's a guy, I'm going to share it later because I want to get to my point. Sorry. You can't imagine the disparity, right, between like average middle income people. I'm not even talking about the poorest people. Between average income and the very top, like trillionaires. It's sickening, guys. Like, we need to address that issue with wealth disparity. And if someone accuses me of being a communist, come accuse me to my face. Like, that's not what this is about, guys. I'm not talking about like bread lines and stuff like that. I'm talking about, right? There's got to be a level of wealth that's it, man. That's a cap. Like, you won. You won capitalism, dude. Congrats, man. Go chill. Like, go enjoy your money. What is that level? I don't know. 500 million US dollars? Yeah, that's probably enough. That's probably too much. But now we're talking about 500 billion That's a change in one letter, million, billion, right? And that's insignificant in terms of pronunciation, but in terms of resource, hoarding, HOARD, hoarding. In terms of resource hoarding, it's massive amount. And in terms of what these billionaires and trillionaires can do with those resources. And yeah, in their mind, they're like, hey, man, I'm an individual civilian. Why do I need to save the world? Because you hoarding a big percentage of civilization's resources, man. Or woman. Yeah, and I know there's some women billionaires out there. Oprah, I don't know. Is she a billionaire? But instead, yeah, I mentioned her name. I'm going to talk about her, right? Like there's a big fire wherever her doomsday, right? What's up with all these billionaires building doomsday bunkers in Hawaii? Idiotic, man. Like use your money to help society, right? Yeah, yeah. There's a famous scene of Oprah where she's telling her audience, like, "You get a car, you get a car, baby." Yeah, I don't count that as philanthropy, Oprah, or not Oprah. I'm not singling her out, right? You guys understand what I'm saying? But building these like bunkers in Hawaii, it's asinine. Like they're taking Hawaiian public lands. Like, right? There's some Hawaiian probably like lineage like ended up selling it, and shame on them selling their native land for profit. But that's capitalism, you know? So now the ownership transfers from a native Hawaiian family or whoever to an American, to a billionaire. And they build this fortress. Anyways, there's a big fire. I think she has some house or something in Maui or whatnot. And that's why I'm bringing it up, guys. All this stuff like sticks in my brain. There's a story of her like not opening her gate so emergency services can go like put out the fire. That's like absurd, man. Knock that gate down, dude. What are we doing, guys? What is our species doing? Protecting the billionaires. That's what we're doing. And you know, I'm not attacking the billionaires, guys. You know, I have another video I'm going to talk to you. All this change that I'm passionate about. It's all nonviolent, guys. I've been in violent situations, and trust me, you don't want to do it, and you don't want to be part of it. It's all nonviolent. We can change for the better in a nonviolent way. And billionaires, I know you know there's probably some great human beings that you know have but there's a lot of nepotism too, where like all this wealth is transferred like generation after generation, and you get this oligarchy of like powerful families like the Romans, and you know, and the Russians are notorious for having oligarchy of families, and let's do it, man. That's what I want to do. Let's challenge some of this stuff. Anyway, that was I went down a couple side paths. I love it, but this is the spiritual teacher Jesus. It's more likely in my heart I know he existed, right? But it's up to you. I just sometimes when you talk about history when there's no recorded history, like you just have to look at the primary sources and see like mentionings, and yeah, Jesus was mentioned in these serious history books by serious historians, and but I take it on faith too, right? Like you can't believe, you know, this stuff's not gonna be like somehow like you know people ask. I remember I interviewed, I volunteered for a volunteer position at a hospital when I was an adolescent, like 16. And the interviewer asked me like, "Hey, if you could go back in time, who would you meet?" And yeah, I said Jesus Christ, Jesus, the spiritual leader named Jesus. I don't, you know, I'm not gonna debate. It doesn't matter. Like I'm not gonna debate. Like I'm not gonna fight someone to the death if like over an issue so to me unimportant as walking on water, right? If so and so says like I'm gonna fight to the death if you don't believe that he walked on water, dude, it's not that important to me. Like his message is what's important. And I used to be like that, question everything. Like, hey, if did he really walk on water? Did he do this? No longer. That stuff's not important to me. Like, hey, was his mom really a virgin when she got pregnant? Like, I used to like pull the thread, right? You see how my brain works. I used to pull the thread. I'm like, how did that encounter go with that angel? Like how far did it go? Was it like consensual? Like, was it right? I know I'm crossing like a spiritual line, but like if you're a Christian, don't you like wonder that kind of stuff? but no longer, I don't debate that. Like, focus on the message is what I'm saying. And if I offended somebody talking about the incarnate birth and the virgin birth, and what I'm saying is, you believe it. Like, believe what you want to believe. I wasn't there. You weren't there either. I'm willing to bet no one is alive right now who has ever met Mary, the Mother Mary, and if that's important to you, then believe it. Like fulfilling prophecy and all that kind of stuff. To me, that's not important. To me, what's important, let's zoom in. To me, what's important is the teachings of this human being, the spiritual teachings of, like, he didn't come out and say he's a lot more eloquent than me, I'm sure, like the Sermon on the Mount and stuff. But like, hey, stop slaughtering people. Stop slaughtering each other. Stop enslaving each other. And then, that's another criticism of a religion is like, no one came out and like was outspoken about slavery, and even though it like went on back then, but that's what I'm saying. Jesus was his message was all about love and forgiveness and tolerance and community, right? Look at this. It's a community of believers around him. It's a beautiful picture. I don't know who painted it. I'm gonna look it up later. But he's a teacher. He's a spiritual leader. You know what, guys? I'm gonna share something. I'm gonna share something with you guys. You saw in the video I was talking about, hey, God, I was making light of it, but I was serious, right? It was a moment of spiritual crisis for me. Like, God, where you at? 2,000 years you've been gone. You coming back? When you're gonna come back and clean this stuff up? You made men and women. Yeah, sometimes I need to recenter, guys. I kind of went off a little bit, but you understand my point. We're not looking at Rangers on here. You understand my point that are if you take the existence of prophets like in the Old Testament, it's like Jeremiah and Isaiah, and I'm just throwing out biblical names. I'm not real smart on this kind of stuff, but all the prophets from the Old Testament, right? And Jews and Muslims, they look at the prophet as Jesus as a prophet and the prophet Muhammad, and ever since then, I don't think there's been prophets, and let's just say that that one-on-one conversation, that intense conversation I had with the God of Abraham in my empty hotel room, and I didn't hear anything back, any response. Let's just say I was disappointed that there hasn't been more divine activity. I don't know. Muhammad's like 630s in the 600s, the 7th century, I think. I'm not gonna do the math, guys, but 1,300 years. Yeah, I'm gonna show you something because it's important. I had this like vision about this, about why has the God of Abraham been absent for 1,700, 2,000, however long. Yeah, this is it. Look, it's a miracle. It just popped up. This is exactly what I was looking at. It's powerful, guys. I may not even play it. I don't know if you can see it because of my face, my webcam. It's an image of the Passion of the Christ, Mel Gibson's powerful film. And it's not anti-Semitic, right? But this is the vision I had, right? Christians believe, right? The Holy Trinity, Father, Son, Holy Ghost. I believe non-gender, but imagine if the God of Abraham sent in human form, right through the virgin birth, through Mary, right? A very righteous and virtuous woman. The most perfect human being to ever walk the earth. Spiritually pure. Spiritual leader. And, you know, he knew his purpose. He knew his purpose was to, I don't know if we're watching the same thing, guys. He knew his purpose. I think those were his disciples in this movie. I'm not sure, guys. I haven't. He sent the most perfect human being. And people say his son, you know, that's something else I question about religion. Like, aren't we all God's children, right? Why is one more valuable than the other? But I get it, right? You're trying to humanize the God of Abraham in terms of, hey, this is his, I don't even know if you'd say biological offspring. I really don't understand that. But let's say the most perfect human being, spiritually, morally, ethically, to ever exist. God had a hand in sending him down, or he sent him down as his son, or he recognized, hey, this guy gets it. This guy's a perfect human being. And he was so proud, like, listening to him. All his messages, the Sermon on the Mount, like, this guy understands what it means to be a good human being. This guy has human values. Right? And he was looking to Jesus to change the world for the better, for positive. And what happened, guys? These corrupted, nasty people. No, it's not anti-Semitic, guys, but you know what I'm saying, right? Jesus was a Jew. He was in a Jewish community. Stop this anti-Semitism crap. Like, stop hating on people. Imagine the God of Abraham watching this perfect human being, whether you think it's God's son or it is God, right? That's what I don't understand it, guys. Right? It's just words you can say, like, I believe the Holy Trinity, like Jesus was God. God was Jesus, and guess what? They were also both the Holy Spirit and the Holy Spirit. Whatever, I don't debate that kind of stuff, guys. If you get hung up on that, you know, we can have peaceful discussions, but how many Christians have killed Christians? Protestants, Catholics, jeez, guys. And Muslims, I admire so much Muslims. They hold Jesus as a prophet up on of such high esteem, and they're looking. Right, I'm gonna be careful, right? Because it's secondhand. I never read the Quran, but what I've been informed is that, you know, Muslims, they believe that Jesus is gonna come back. And they believe in his teachings and the human values and the messages, and he's very revered in Islam. And I can't really speak. Yeah, I'm not gonna say anymore, guys. It's the message, God. I don't know how any human being could argue against the message of Jesus Christ as a prophet, as a spiritual leader. And that's what I'm saying. God of Abraham. He probably, he had a relationship with Jesus, because, Jesus was like the most perfect human being, the most perfect man to ever walk the earth. And he didn't do it for personal gain. He didn't do it to make $1 trillion, right? He wasn't looking to be the first trillionaire. He was looking to help humanity with his words, with his message, through his disciples. That's what I think, guys. I think God was so disgusted with our cockroach species that could do this to a man of peace, a man of integrity, a man of human values. They make him suffer the most painful, humiliating, terrible death imaginable. Did you know it's so... even the Romans knew crucifixion was so horrible. The worst of the worst of the worst Roman citizens could not be crucified. They spared the worst of the worst from crucifixion. It was that awful. Sorry if that was gruesome, guys, but that's what I feel like. I had a vision like that. like it was so traumatic to God, the God of Abraham, watching a beautiful human being such as Jesus, the spiritual leader, who had no ill intent, no greed, no, watching someone like that endure misery, torture, pain, humiliation, suffering like that. I couldn't imagine, we're going to talk about that kind of stuff later, but the purpose, right? I've been talking like 45 minutes now. I'm going to get to my point. We're going to look at this message, guys, but I'm going to let my ears rest because these headphones hurt. We're going to listen to some music. Copyright cops, don't come after me for this stuff, please, or have mercy on me. Here we go, man. I just love it. But I know if I take off my headphones, I can't hear it. I'm going to listen to it. I'm going to let my ears hurt. Who cares? We're getting ready to talk about Jesus, guys. We're getting ready. Like, what I believe. What happened to me. I'm not going to say what I believe. What happened to me? What happened to me is unexplainable. Except that the Holy Spirit came into that dark hotel room, took control of my hands, and sent us a message. Unexplainable. I'm going to share this message, guys. There's no way I wrote this. There's things in there I'm not going to say I don't agree with. Would never come from me, guys. That's what I'm saying. I'm going to be clear. We're going to use language. Yeah, I believe I got a message from the Holy Spirit, and I'm going to share it with you right now, wherever you are watching it. If you're watching this video, it's not looking at it. Don't worry. I'm going to talk. It's going to be powerful. I'm going to get to that last word. You're going to see I am alive. It's going to give you chills. All right, baby, let's run. Let's go. Let's do it. Man, if that doesn't fire you up, God, emotions, man, so powerful. I'm gonna recenter. We're gonna look at this message, right? Did that fire you up? Let's do it. Where'd I put this? I'm half joking. Like, it's the most important thing. Like, you don't understand, guys. My sister and my mother and a really good friend from West Point. They flew to Thailand because they saw me because I was making these videos. I made this group. I think at first I called it All People because in my mind I envisioned using this technology to get a message out to every single human being alive. Instead of using this technology to communicate smut and greed, and you guys know what I'm talking about, the like nasty parts of human nature. That's what people gravitate towards on this kind of stuff, and it makes people rich. And I'm not judging people, but I want to use this technology. Not I want. We as a community, we will use this technology to affect positive change throughout the global community. Are you with me? Spread the message. Like, it's not about me, it's about our community. And we're not talking about like things we can do yet. That's gonna come later. Like, right now we're trying to get inspired. We're trying to inspire each other. We're trying to give each other purpose. And I'm getting to the point of this video, and then I think I told you guys, right? I have a scheduled engagement. I think I'm late too. Probably been talking close to an hour. Man, I'm fired up. This is gonna be powerful, guys. There's stuff in this message, this document. When I read it, I was terrified, guys. Like I told you, I saw my hands typing the first line, and then You'll see the first line so powerful. And then I kind of came out of it, right? It's all like fuzzy in the middle. And then I came out of it. And that last line, my gosh, you're going to feel it. You're going to feel emotion. And I may play that music again. That last line, I don't know. But I believe it. I not believe it. I know it. And it's unexplainable. There's no other explanation for me, right? Like you believe what you want to believe, or it doesn't even matter. Believe me or don't believe me. What matters? What matters is that you look at this message, and let's do it. Enough talk, James. Now you just gotta find it. All right, this is it. Ever since this populated, I don't know what the, yeah, that's probably an appropriate word. Populated on my computer was created. I was terrified of it. I saw the first line, and then I'm gone, like and then the last line, and then I knew, right? I kind of came back. You know, that scale of being in control started like boom, 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 and then I started regaining my senses, and I knew there's something special here, so I made sure to save it. So I didn't close it. And are you sure you want to delete? Right, the little box? No, I saved it, and I didn't touch it because I was terrified, guys. I didn't understand what happened. Maybe I still don't understand what happened or why. But it happened. And we're going to talk about this now. We're going to review it. And I think a lot of these visions I was having during these like period of intense inspiration, a lot of it, a lot of it, I received. Right, my words. I'm real careful, right? Because back in the day, like heretics, like crazy people would take people and like burn them at the stake and stuff, right? I'm trying not to like offend people and stuff, but this is just from my perspective, guys. And you see, I'm not insane. Let's put it like this, guys. Okay, I know in my heart and my soul that the Holy Spirit sent this message for us. And I'm going to leave it at that. And we're going to go through it. Oh, yeah, I brought it up about the visions. You know, I'm thinking about, you know, like Bill Clinton said, it depends what your definition of is. Like, words are important, right? I said, did I have visions or did I receive visions? Have or receive? Same thing. I don't know. I'm gonna say I received visions that apply to this document. You guys ready? You've been with me for almost an hour, guys. Jeez, what's wrong? I'm gonna take a Mentos break. Hold on. It's so awesome, guys. I'm looking at like a live feed of the my phone battery's probably about to die. But you know, like I'm out here bearing my soul, and it's all good because I'm putting this out there, and I have faith. No, it's not about faith. I debated a lot. You know, I had moments where I questioned, should I share this? Should I just share it with my right? My mother's very big Christian, very devout, maybe one of the most devout, probably among our species. Should I just share it with her or close family and just leave it at that? But I don't think that's what the purpose was, so I'm sharing it. And let's go. I didn't write this. I'm going to say it again. I didn't consciously write this, right? Like this didn't come from this brain. The style of writing, the terminology. And keep in mind, too, that devout atheist that I don't know when that happened in relation to this, but I guarantee it wasn't after. I guarantee I introduced you to the most devoted atheist ever before this. I'm going to read it, guys, but this is not my words, right? My name's James. I'm not saying like I'm this. This first paragraph is powerful, and I'm so nervous till I read it because like people take it out of context. Like I know for sure who I am, and I'm just some dude named James, and I shared my life journey with you. Excuse me, guys. So when words like this are like I am, we are, I don't, I'm still kind of coming to terms with that kind of stuff, and we're gonna talk about it. And I thought about it too. Like James, what's the point? Like it's just a document, right? It's just a document. Like what is this gonna do to like share this with people? You'll see it. You're gonna see it. Right? You see just a fraction of it right now, but we're gonna go through it. I'm gonna read it, guys, but again, I can't emphasize it enough. That phrase right there in the middle left, when I say it, like obviously I know it's not me, right? What I think it means is like we all have that beautiful part of our humanity. I think that's Jesus. The beautiful parts of humanity. I think that's Jesus. I think that's what, if this resonates with you and you start like saying it and reading it, like I think that's what that is. Like I am, right? I have goodness. I am good. Like to me, that's the name Jesus, the spiritual leader Jesus is synonymous, the same meaning as goodness and purity and innocence and all those values, right? So I'm going to say it with pride, but that's what I mean is I have goodness like Jesus, right? Let's do it. So this is what I remember typing out and uncontrolled, guys. Why would that atheist who was a non-believer sit down at his computer and jam something like this? Impossible, guys. And you guys think, I hate saying you. If someone out there thinks like I'm a good enough actor to fake that atheism video, like, dude, I'm terrible. All right, enough, guys. Let's do it. It's powerful, guys. This is my testament of the Holy Bible as I have experienced it through the message of Jesus Christ. Right? His message. I am Jesus Christ. We are all Jesus Christ. We are present. Be present in the moment. Like I spent so much time worried about the future, about events we had no control over, guys. It almost killed me. Be present. Be present in the life we have right now. We are grateful. We have faith. Gratitude, guys. I can't tell you how big of a difference it makes in your mental health to be grateful about something. I'm sure there's some people that are in a terrible predicament and maybe they have difficult times finding something in their life or about their life that they can show true gratitude for. But I hope human suffering like that are few and far between. I hope most of us can find something to be grateful for in our lives and to feel that feeling of gratitude and positivity. We have faith. Right? You know, when I was reading this at times, I thought, like, James, like, maybe you should capitalize faith. No, I didn't touch this stuff. Not stuff, guys. Sorry. I didn't manipulate this message. But faith, you know, like I always wonder, like, I always thought it wasn't fair. Like if there's, the God of Abraham, he gives us all these like desires and urges. And I always thought, like in the military, the tippy top head boss, he gives us task and purpose. Here's what I expect of you. Here's your boundaries of what you can and cannot do. Like, go achieve your mission of being a good human being. And I always thought, like, God, like, if you would have done that to every human before they're born, it's like, look them in the eyes, like, hey, I'm God, like, I exist. Or when they're adults, like, hey, I'm God, I exist. Like, this is the real Ten Commandments. You guys know what I'm saying? I always thought, like, if we knew, right? I always questioned Jesus' disciples because I said, a lot of them died horrendous deaths, being crucified and burned to death and skinned alive and crucified upside down and yeah, I'll say it. I thought, yeah, if you witnessed miracles and you were certain, right? It's no faith. You just know. You know in your heart. You know because you see it that Jesus was the Son of God. Like, how much would you endure? How much pain and suffering would you endure to spread that message? But it doesn't work like that. God doesn't like talk to us face to face. And even this, right? Even this message, I still have to have faith. Like, man, maybe you're on some like medication that made you like right. I don't know. But we still have to have faith. Believe. We have faith. Surrender. That's a powerful word, right? It's like that Ranger School story I told about Tony. He had that student. He was like under some pressure and he said, what are you gonna do now, dude? Make up your mind. And he said, we're gonna surrender. It's not like that. Not like cowardice or this means surrender your pride is what I think. Surrender your pride. Surrender your greed. Surrender the negative aspects of everyone's personality. We all have that stuff. Surrender yourself and seek goodness. That's what I think. And again, if I was writing this, I don't think I would put that many explanation points, but I get it. There's like emphasis. Surrender. Like surrender your pride. Stop being so prideful. Like we're all just human beings. We're all just like just here for a short time, guys, and our life is so precious. God, stop taking life. I place no blame. I'm gonna go through these, guys. You know what? I think we can talk. But this reminds me a vision of Jesus on the cross, being crucified. There's nowhere in Scripture where Jesus Christ on the cross as he was being crucified or staying there for days. I don't know how long, how many agonizing hours it takes to die from crucifixion. But there wasn't anything about him like condemning the Romans or the local leaders of the religious organizations, right? He wasn't blaming people. He wasn't blaming people. I'm just gonna read it, guys, and then I think we're gonna call it I set an hour as a limit, and like I told you, I want to be punctual, and so I'm getting close to an hour. But we're gonna talk about this stuff. Like join this community, and we're gonna talk about this stuff. My eyes are open. The atheist James's eyes were closed, and now my eyes are open. I have no fear. I was so fearful of the future. Not for myself, guys. I faced fear before. Like, I was ready to die so many times. What I was fearful of more than anything is mass suffering of the human population, especially like innocent, like children. You don't think we have, if you don't think we have difficult times ahead of us, guys, you really don't know what's going on. We do. I am in heaven. I had another vision about this one too, guys. That's on something, you hear these idiots. Sorry, I don't mean to be offensive, but I don't know. I don't agree with people that describe heaven as it's like walking on clouds or the streets are paved with gold. I don't care to live in a place with streets paved with gold. Let me tell you what I think heaven is. Have you heard the phrase heaven on earth? Heaven is earth. Heaven is earth. I think it doesn't get any better than what we have on this planet right now. And whatever that means, guys, whatever that means. In that vision I had, it was like an area, right? An area. I don't know. It's hard to explain. I felt that good, virtuous people went to heaven, and heaven was in a specific area where I was at in Thailand. And yeah, we can talk about it later, but heaven is earth. Earth is heaven, right? I don't believe there's some like magical place up in the sky, right? Everyone goes like this, but we're in heaven right now. And I understand some people like are suffering and struggle to have stuff. Like even basic necessities, that's what I'm talking about. Clean water, food. People starving to death, human beings starving to death. I want to scream right now. And I want you to feel that passion, but people are sleeping. So I'm not going to scream. I am gentle, right? That's a good quality to have. Gentleness, not aggressiveness. Not being a bully, like gentleness. I accept the pain. This is so powerful. What I had a vision of, and it says it in scripture too, is Jesus, I think he knew. He knew the sacrifice he was going to have to make, right? I don't like to get visual and graphic about this stuff, but in my brain, I've pulled that thread, right? Like pulling it. Like keep going. Let's go. How deep can you go? How much pain is in there? Like how much pain did Jesus suffer on the cross for us? Unimaginable. But I think he accepted it. I think he knew. I think he had a choice. And I had a vision, right? Like if you had a choice, and let's not even talk about all that, like 8. If you had a choice to say, like, sacrifice your life for one life, would you do it? Your life for 2, 3, right? At what time would you sacrifice your life in crucifixion for what number of human beings? I was in that predicament in this vision, and I was terrified. Because, to be honest, not to be honest, I am, but to be frank, even it was a tough decision. I'll put it like that, and I was weighing everything. Every good person I know, would I sacrifice all of them to avoid? What would you do? Would you accept the pain? Would you accept the pain? Jesus accepted the pain, and I was in that moment in the vision, and even with my family on the line, like with me going through a death like that, crucifixion. Do we need to watch it again? I don't think so. It's graphic. I don't know. It's powerful stuff, right? I think it was a choice, and I think he chose to endure it for us. So his name lives forever, and his message, not his name, right? His message. Yeah, this is something, right? I told you, there's stuff I don't know if I would write if I was writing this, and this is it. She is Jesus. I don't know what it means. I just know some of the most virtuous people I know are female, and that's why I'm saying like this. Not we. Some people, they're so hung up on like gender and like transgenders competing in sports, and I don't want to get into that stuff, but I know it's unimportant to me what gender Jesus is. I am pure, the most humble, right? That's why that was one of those visions I had, is that God was so disgusted in human beings that some kind of cockroach human being, right? It's not directed at any religion, guys. Like, that's the religion that society was in at that time. This anti-Semitic stuff is insane. Like, judge people on their values. But I am pure, like someone so pure. That's what these cockroach human beings could do, is like crucify. I am humble. I trust the Lord. I am the Lord. We are all the Lord. I don't know what that means, but I do, right? I have a vision about it. I did have a vision, like it was so intense, guys. I had a vision that after the God of Abraham saw his most perfect human being ever to walk the earth get treated in such a disgusting and despicable manner and endure such a horrible death, that he basically, he's like us, right? Probably has emotions. I don't think God, when we meet him, when we meet God, I don't think he's going to be an emotionless robot. I think he's going to have human-like, traits. We're made in God's image and all that. But I had a vision that after he witnessed Jesus enduring that horrible death, that he kind of like set constraints on himself. Like, that's it. I can't do better than give you a spiritual leader like Jesus Christ was. And you murdered him. And you murdered him in the most gruesome way possible at that time, maybe ever. I don't know if there's a more gruesome death than crucifixion. And so I think he put that constraint on him. Like, maybe there's a time for, okay, like, I'm done with humanity. I got to take a break from humanity. Because it's too terrible what I just witnessed. The treatment of the most pure human being ever. Yeah, I'm at risk of losing some people, right? I'm just sharing the vision I had, is that, my God, I'm trying to describe it in a way you can understand. Imagine, right, we're talking about artificial general intelligence and AI and simulation theory. Like, some people think we're in a simulation right now. So imagine you're the architect of this like simulate digital environment. Like, you're the God, right? You created it. You witnessed in your creation this humiliating death of Jesus Christ. And then you just said, like, hey, I'm done with it. Like, I want to go. I want to go really see what it means to be human, right? Kind of like erase your mom. Like, I want to go live a human life without knowing that I'm God. That's what I'm saying. I know it sounds absurd, right? But then imagine, right? Imagine at some point in the future, like it clicks. Like, oh my gosh. Like, you know what I mean? Maybe that's going to happen to somebody. I don't know. Maybe it's going to happen to all of us. Maybe that's what that means. We are all the Lord. I don't know. Yeah, we're all different. Stop judging people based on physical characteristics or where you're born, right? We're all human beings. I listen to my body. Take care of your body. My body is my temple. My body is my temple. Take care of your body. I love you. Yeah, imagine how much love Jesus had to go through that much pain and misery. How much love he had in his heart. I know what I am doing. Yeah, I really question. I question the design of human beings having these desires and this sinful nature like greed and lust and rage. But we have free will. We accept this burden. I will comfort. I accept this burden. All sins forgiven. Something I really questioned about religion too is, oh, sorry guys. I'm sorry guys. Jeez, I'm terrible at that. I told you it's not my specialty. I'll move my webcam. That was something I really didn't agree with. I didn't accept that you could take the most terrible human being, right? That's what people would say. That's what I learned. As long as you say, that you accept Jesus and you ask for forgiveness, like you'll go to heaven. And so it's always that scenario, like even the worst criminal, like mass murderer, people who does like terrible things to other humans. Like you can compare that to a normal guy or a woman who doesn't say, like, right, an atheist. And like that terrible person who did terrible things to other human beings, as long as he says magic words, like he's gonna go to paradise. Like I didn't agree with that, but what the vision I had was what this means. It's about pure repentance, right? It's not about a magic sequence of words or gestures, right? It's about true repentance. We are equal. We're all equal, right? We're not all equal, right? I don't play basketball as good as Michael Jordan, but we all are equal in terms of being human beings. We got to place a higher value on life. Profound. That's a profound experience. I hope this is a profound experience for you too. That's why I'm sharing it. Going back up to, I accept this burden. It's a burden. You don't know, like I'm kind of introverted by nature. Like I don't seek attention. This is not in my nature to do this. Like I invested a lot of my own like limited resources to set this up, to share this with you tonight or today, right now. Right, I'm not complaining, right? That sounds like, hey dude, like you feel like you were touched by the Holy Spirit and you're saying it's a burden. I'm not saying that, but right, it's a choice. I had a choice. Delete, forget, or like run with it. And I'm gonna run. And I hope you run with me, like the scene from Forrest Gump, right? It's not like Forrest Gump in the lead or whatever, but like just run together as a group. Let's go run. Let's go run across America like 5 times. My partner is important. I think we talked about that already. Like I don't think we're supposed to, like we're a social animal. I don't think we're supposed to go through life solo. And my partner, that doesn't mean it has to be an intimate partner. I really admire like men or women. They have like same gender like best friends. Like I think that's so cool. Like we're sisters, like Lizzie and Jeannie, like best friends, sisters. And I really admire that relationship. Like your partner doesn't necessarily, but we need human interaction and human support, and we need to be able to support other humans. So our presence is important. Yeah, I am pleased. Yeah, that's so encouraging, guys. I needed to hear that at that moment because I was disgusted with humanity because I was focused on the negative and I wasn't focused enough on the positive, and it made me feel good. right? Imagining that Jesus wrote this. Like, I am pleased. I trust in Jesus. I trust his message of forgiveness, acceptance, tolerance, kindness, generosity. I have no shame. It's another one, guys, about partnership. I think this one's a little bit more for people who have like intimate partners, right? There's so much. And I've been guilty of it too, guys, being completely honest. But so many couples, right? Like cheating and lying, and it's your partner, right? Like, commit yourself to your partner. Like, that commitment needs to mean something. And there needs to be like an understanding between two consenting adults about, like, hey, this is what our partnership means. And yeah, I'm with a beautiful partner, and I think she's getting a little fussy because I've been more than an hour, I think. Omnipresence, omnipotent. I'm going to talk about this for a second. All seeing, all knowing, all powerful, right? Look up the words if you don't know, but that's what it means. And so that's what atheists think, and people who question religion, like, if God is omnipresent, omnipotent, like he's terrible. Not he, right? God. You know, and they throw up like some terrible incidents like child abuse or like murder, terrible stuff. They're saying that if God's all powerful, why doesn't he intervene if God's all present and he witnesses everything? I had a vision about that too, guys. Right? That constraint that in my vision, that constraint that he had is that he's still omnipresent, omnipotent. Like he's always with us. But whatever self-imposed constraint, you know, that he has, or maybe he does do miracles, I don't know. But what I feel like is, can you imagine all the terrible things that happen across the human race? Like if God witnesses all that, and he's compassionate and a loving God and benevolent, and he feels pain, and, you know, he sees beautiful people experiencing pain, and whatever constraints in place, you know, he doesn't act or cannot. Can you imagine psychologically, like, witnessing those terrible things? I feel relief. I feel joyful, right? But he's also, you know, God's also witness to all the beauty in the world too, like all of us. We can focus on the beauty, the goodness, or the bad. I am imperfect. I have no possessions, right? These greedy people. How much resources do you need to hoard? Like, we need to share your resources with the rest of humanity. We got to figure it out. Like, propose some like tax breaks. It's not communism, guys. Jeez. There's all. How much money do you need to live a comfortable life, right? This is it, guys. This is when I started coming back. I am ready. 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 That means we know hard times coming, right? You don't say I'm ready when you know you're some good stuff's coming in your future. You say I'm ready. I'm ready to handle the challenges. This is it, guys. My hands started typing. All right, look at this. I started coming back and seeing my, you know, and said, I am alive. And that was so powerful. And that's what I'm going to end you with. Take it for what you want, guys. I put it in the group chat. I saved it on I hate Apple. Why do you do this? I didn't make any changes, but now it makes me feel like I made a change and I don't want to change anything, but I'm going to save it. All right, dudes. Let's listen to some music, and I'm going to figure out how to shut this live stream off. I'm just I don't want copyright stuff. How do I end? I told you guys this is, this technology stuff, like doing live stream. This isn't my. All right, here we go. I think I'm gonna. What's the difference in broadcast and streaming? What the hell, man? That's 2 viewers. That's awesome, man. 52 views and 2 current viewers. I love that.